Good evening, everybody.
Oh, I didn't know you were.
Good evening. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. And let me just hook up my mic here, but we're gonna go ahead and get started. It's great to see everybody tonight.
Yeah. Wait, he's getting my, hold on, nobody can hear.
Yeah, yes, sir. You have the mic.
Yeah,
Oh, wow, that's really close. Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Great to see everyone tonight. Welcome to the November board meeting for the Washoe County Library System Board of Trustees. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and start this off with the salute to the flag.
Oh.
I'll go ahead and lead on three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect. Gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 2, roll call, non-action item. Trustee Perez, present. Vice Chair Jacks,
Present.
Trustee Moser,
Present.
Trustee Rogers,
Here.
and Trustee Silver.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 3, public.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, with respect, can I just get a brief minute to get situated before we start public comment? Would that be okay? We'll just take a minute recess.
Absolutely, Vice Chair. Let's go ahead and
Thank
take
you.
just a quick minute recess.
What I wanted to do was. Move these two. And then business and a little bit. Jeff, Betty today. Just these two. These are just a couple of people and these bylaws and it's all public comment. Same with this, same with this.
What do you say? What did the director say?
She said, maybe for Africa, yeah. We're gonna have public comment. I have no problem.
Perfect, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Recess is over. Gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 3, which is public comment. First person I have in public comment is William. Quickly, thank you, sir.
It's on, you just need to post it out.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
I wore my, commie party, t-shirt tonight for the benefit of some here who have loosely hurled labels of communists and Marxists at me during previous meetings. Something that the person who addressed county commissioners yesterday should remember when she complained about being called a fascist. I don't think these people understand what the labels communists and Marxists really mean, as I do. You see, my late father was born in Vladivostok, Russia, in what was then the Soviet Union. Because of my grandfather's profession as a merchant marine caused him to have contact with foreigners, a very suspicious Stalin regime held my father's family suspect, and they were forced to flee for their lives and ultimately immigrate here to America. While Stalin may be long gone, a relic of that Soviet era still remains in the form of Vladimir Putin, and repression exists to this day. And as the former head of the KGB, you can't get more commie than Putin. According to Human Rights Watch, LGBTQ youth in Russia face formidable barriers to fundamental rights, to dignity, health, education, information, and association. The 2013 gay propaganda law signed by Putin to pander to his religious base has increased social hostility, having a stifling effect on access to affirming education and support services with harmful consequences to LGBTQ youth. Russia's gay propaganda law is a classic example of political homophobia. It targets vulnerable sexual and gender minorities for political gain. Why is this relevant? Because a politically orchestrated homophobia campaign is playing out here with opposition to Drag Queen Story Hour and certain LGBTQ library materials. As I have mentioned here before, I do not want to see those who are different, like a high school friend of mine who was bullied and harassed because of his sexual identity back in the late 80s. Or God forbid, what happened to Matthew Shepard, a gay student at the University of Wyoming who was beaten, tortured, and left to die near Laramie in 1998. More than 11,600 hate crimes incidents were reported to the FBI in 2022, the highest number recorded since the agency started tracking them in 1991. The Russians have a saying, Mershe zapomnie nasze revolution, Mershe zapomnie nasze molchenie. The dead remember our indifference. The dead remember our silence. You've heard the benefits of teaching tolerance instead of perpetuating a cycle of hate. Our sources of access to information and ideas. That is the bedrock of a free and democratic society. Do not allow a vocal minority to silence or we hit down the path of the commies or the fascists.
Perfect. Thank you, William, for your comment. Next person we have up is Bruce Parks.
Bruce Parks for the record. I would like to, there's so many issues I'd like to address, but in only 3 minutes, a little bit difficult. First thing I'd like to talk about is the tax plan that is not a action item on the agenda tonight. I would like for you to know that there's a lot of propaganda in the packet and very little facts. As a board trustee, I would be asking questions. Washoe County Libraries, South Valley's Hispanic Freedom Library, are two of the newest libraries that we have. Why do they need renovation? I don't understand. Where's the dollar amounts associated with that renovation? Where's the dollar amount that this tax plan brings into the library? Are you, the trustees, seeing this information? Have you asked about this information? It's something that if I was a trustee, I would be very interested in seeing. I want to know the numbers. There's so much information that you guys are presenting, and it's all a dog and pony show. Nothing is pertinent to what your jobs are. Your jobs are to hold the library system accountable so that we, the people, know where our tax dollars are going. And we're not seeing any of that. Where's the accountability? You know, according to this propaganda, if the tax plan fails, you're going to have to lay off librarians. The book budget will be eliminated. Oh, come on. Really? Really? Where's the cost for that? Show me the breakdown of how the money's spent, so I know whether that's a factual statement or not. Otherwise, it is exactly that, propaganda. You know, one of the programs that save you a whole lot of money, save us taxpayers a lot of money, is that Drag Queen Story program that we still do not know what the dollar amount per child is being spent by the library. Why are you not asking for that information? It's crucial. How can you evaluate the director and know whether or not you're passing or failing him if you don't have the raw data. You need that information, folks. I'm quite surprised that we, the people, have to ask for it. It should be coming from you.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have is Bruce Foster.
Thank you. No, I'll explain. Good evening, one and all. Bruce Foster for the record, and you probably know why I'm here. I am inquiring about the issue of getting my library card reinstated. And I believe all of you have received emails and explanations. And bottom line in a Reader's Digest form is that I'm part of a group that we're identifying and reading pretty horrific, graphic books that are currently in the library. And then it spills over into our public school libraries, which we identified quite a few of them. And mine that I read for a book report, All Boys Aren't Blue, which is a book about a black man that growing up, and I finally identified as gay, and then it goes through all of his graphic escapades, which I don't know if any of you read that book, but I am going through as Mr. Jeff over here has rescinded my right to be able to use my library card. I have gone through the process of going through the appeals process. And I submitted this some time ago, over a month ago, and I'm going through the proper channels. And I was supposed to go through Stephanie McKenzie, and I am yet to get any kind of feedback from Stephanie. And what I find interesting is that with this, and I guess my issue is that being a Christian, to stay focused and to work on this project and do this book report, I have put Bible verses within the books as bookmarkers. And apparently that's a major offense. And according to some individuals, that damaged the book. And when I put in my appeals, I'm trying to figure out how I damaged that book. And it's fascinating that where is that book today? And what's also interesting is that I gave you a sheet censored by your neighbors, and this proof that it was not damaged, but it had a note there, returned with propaganda stuff between pages. Interesting. So I'll leave with that. And the other part is that we as a group are opposed to Drag Queen Story Hour, and Christopher Daniels, aka Ginger Divine, has a lurid background. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Ursula Frank. Ursula Frank. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Ashley Ursula Funk. Anyways, I am here because I don't think that there should be any limitations on story time. I don't think that there should be any limitations on the books that are in the library. I have worked for an OBGYN in my past, the former nurse and office manager. We had people that were trans. This was back in 1980. We had people trans, women that had transferred to be men, and transferred to be women. I worked for an endocrinologist here in Reno. We also had a lot of trans patients. Even we had youth that were not trans, but they were taking medication to help them identify what they felt the true self was. I don't think that we should be restricting books. In fact, when my son was quite young, the worst punishment that I could ever inflict on him was to not be able to have story time in the evening with transgressed. So that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Valerie Fianaka?
Valerie Fianaka for the records. I want to thank you all for your service. I'm happy Veterans Day, all you veterans in the audience, who served. Speaking of veterans, I noticed the absence of the bookmobile in the Veterans Day Parade. We can have a presence in the Pride Parade, but not the Veterans Day Parade, and I'm wondering if that's a funding issue. If it is, we should solve that. Speaking of funding and fiscal issues, no financial reports are attached to your agendas ever, and I find that kind of alarming. Those would go a long way to answering questions the public, and for that matter, the Board of Trustees may have. They used to be attached monthly years ago, until Mr. Scott got here. The county library tax is supposed to sunset, and you're counting on citizens to pass it again. Given the interest rate hikes, that may put that tax initiative in a precarious position. You mentioned television and radio ads, which I know from my personal business during Leon Sparks are very expensive. I would like to lay eyes on your actual budget, and I would also like to be able to compare donations from 2022 and 2023 so that we can see if they've fallen, if they've gone up. It'd just be interesting to know. And Ms. Silver, you've mentioned that you have known Mr. Scott for a long time. I would hope that you, in your evaluation of Mr. Scott, can set aside your personal relationship, whatever that may be, your knowledge of him, and just evaluate all the recent data that's at your fingertips, including 3 police reports, 2 internal harassment reports, videos and photos that have been submitted to this board and to the county commission. Out of over 3,500 great programs that this library sponsors, there's one that creates chaos, only one. We need to keep that in the top of our mind. There have been no book challenges by this group, none so far. If that's the only one that brings chaos, and I do believe that the outcome that they're desiring is chaos. That can be the only explanation for why they're so obstinate on this single program. I don't understand any other logical reason to bring this much chaos down on the library system, which does such a fantastic job for our community.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Sandy Tibbet.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So explicit books being accessible to our children in our public library is not a red or a blue issue. This is an issue that affects all the children in our community. And it should be important to every parent, no matter what side of the aisle you reside in on. It is time for this board, our library director, and the community members to come together to create a resolution that'll help heal the fractured relationship that is visibly growing within our community. I would like to think we can all agree that material easily accessible to a child should be age appropriate. Right? Making and doing sexual things in bed is not age appropriate for a 3-year-old. The sexually explicit books can be relocated to the adult section in the library for the parents who want to expose their young children to this type of material, which is their right. You have that right to do that. We parents, the parents who do not want their children exposed to this type of material, also have rights.
And they have the right to bring their child to a safe environment without having to worry about their child picking up a book that instructs them on how to have sex or confuses them with the complex gender ideology. So I want to thank Vice Chair Jacks, Trustee Mosier, thank you, and Trustee Rogers. You acknowledged the receipt of my email regarding my idea for the creation of a community standards committee made up of community members appointed by the trustees on this board, and it will follow the Miller test. So the Fresno County, California Board of Supervisors, equivalent to our commissioners, approved last week to move forward with their resolution, which they called the Parents Matter Act. I am proposing the Washoe County Empower Parents Act, modeled after Fresno County's resolution. So I was able to pull a copy of the resolution, which I doctored to modify it to fit Washoe County. It's something we can build on. It's a model, right? I ask that each of you review it and please consider moving forward with creating our own resolution committee. And I want to note that the school board has multiple subcommittees for everything. So this library board can do this as well. So I would also like to propose the implementation of an email notification sent to parents, letting them know the title of the book their child is checked out. So this would be something a parent can opt in on. And I know we have the budget, I'm sure, Jeff, to do this with your IT department. This is just another way to empower the parents and help strengthen the library's relationship with the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the record verbatim. Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. I want to talk a little bit about the bylaws. I understand they have not been ratified at this point. So I just wanted to talk about D on the agendas, and it says the director shall ensure the preparation, blah, 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 blah. However, whether and or when the item is actually placed on the agenda remains in the discretion of the chair. If a board member wants to have something on the agenda, why is there a dictatorship? Then underneath the organization and membership, in the event a trustee's term expires, the trustee shall continue to serve as trustee until such time a replacement is appointed. The problem with the highlighted sentence, or this highlighted sentence, is that this does not help expedite the appointment by the county commissioners. We know they like to drag their feet. We need a motivator. Then underneath order of business, I would like to see actually in there the Pledge of Allegiance, because we know that it was not very nice that it was put out there, very appreciative of it.
You're welcome.
But I think it should be a part of it, and it should show up in the bylaws. Also, public comment. The last public comment was struck out and they started to remove it in July, which I don't think is correct, and they could do that then because it hadn't been voted on. So anyway, it should remain. And now I want to talk about the request for reconsideration of the library materials form. It's nice that the public is finally being made aware of the process of requesting the book to be moved to an audit section or another action. I would like to suggest that this form be updated in a more professional way. There is no header or marking noting that it is indeed a form for the Washoe County Library. Even a watermark on the page would be nice. Could the form be found Can the form be found in the Washoe County Library site? I wasn't able to find it. Could it be set up to be electronically filed? Could there be a process of transparency for any forms filed for the public viewing? And then, oh, I have an HR complaint on file. With the last name.
Understood. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next person we have up is Reba Crump.
We have come for the record, please read my comments into the minutes. Tonight you'll be hearing about a three-phase plan to be presented this evening. It's more of a reflection of brainstorming than an actual plan that can be implemented. Because what you have to ask yourself is what is missing in this plan, and what you're going to not see is any numbers. Here are some suggestions as trustees you might be running through in your head, and you maybe should be discussing amongst yourselves. How much did this tax that's supposed to be sunset bring in yearly and over the last 3 years? So how much is up at stake for this? Where is that money, what is the estimated cost of phase 3 of this media blitz? Exactly where will the money be obtained? But we'll get to that later. If the tax passes, what loss is expected by the impending housing crash that we are experiencing, and we are going right into free fall now? The property taxes will now be readjusted and lowered. And has this been addressed in the upcoming budget? Because there's going to be a lack of funding there. And where's it going to come from? And where's that going to be cut? The key to your presentation tonight is to ask yourself what is missing, not what you're seeing is there, what isn't being told to you. The statistical report, which is in your packet, your 106-page packet, compares 2 sequential months worth of data. How does that data compare at the same time last year? Don't you wonder? Page 69 of your handout, Q1 donation list, how does this compare to the same time last year? Are donations up or are donations down? And if down, how is phase 3 going to be accomplished by the director getting donations from other people? Because if donations are already down, then he's expecting to solicit even more to enter the media blitz. I don't see a plan for that anywhere in what was going to be presented. If the tax sunsets, will the director simply be writing more grants like he did for the bookmobile, and the Friends of Washoe Counties pulled back from the bookmobile and decided not to purchase it? And why didn't anyone ask why did that happen? No one seems to be asking why that actually happened. Why did the Friends pull the money back? How can this library not be able to calculate the estimated cost of future events and know the cost of events that have actually occurred? Where are the numbers, people? And why aren't you asking for them? And why is it the public having to do it? That's what I want them to think of tonight.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Alana Fitzgerald.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Trustees. My name is Alana Fitzgerald, and this is.
Oh, there's no microphone.
Good evening, Alana Fitzgerald. Very simple here. My point tonight is that I want to say I would like to see our libraries continue to be open, welcoming places that are safe for people, all people, come in and get information. And I am a strong supporter of the drag queen story hours. I've attended those, and I have attended other story hours throughout my time here in the Reno-Sparks area. And there is nothing insidious and wrong about what happens during those story hours. People are not trying to groom our children. They're just engaging individuals who want to teach people to love to read. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Kimberly Hardin.
Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak against banning books. Growing up in central Nebraska, my family could not afford to buy books. So instead, on Saturdays, my mother would drive us to our local library where I developed my lifelong affair with books. My town was mostly white, so it was in those books where I learned about people who did not look like me or practice the same faith as I did. And my love of reading didn't stop when I graduated from high school. Libraries were also a lifeline for me during my 26-year career in the United States Army. At that time, Amazon wasn't a thing, free shipping was unheard of, so the libraries on those military bases fed my appetite for words, especially for the 10 years that I was overseas. The American Library Association stated that the most challenged and/or restricted reading materials have been books for children. However, challenges are not simply an expression of a point of view. On the contrary, they are an attempt to remove materials from public use, thereby restricting the access of others. Even if the motivation to ban or challenge a book is well-intentioned, the outcome is detrimental. Censorship denies our freedoms as individuals to choose and think for ourselves. Booyah.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Gail Townsend.
Jeff Perez, I can't hear your microphone either.
His mic is off while we're doing public comment because that picks up too much if they're both
It's a
on.
small room and don't matter.
Gail, my name is spelled Gail. I don't care that it was spelled wrong, but. I heard things at the last October meeting that were real concern, especially the suggestion that we disaffiliate from the American Library Association. The objection was to their code of ethics and an attack on our right to read, a constitution that guarantees First Amendment right. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I jealously guard my constitutional right. And I'd like to know which one of them you want to eliminate. And it's not a rhetorical question. I really want an answer. I noticed that on the agenda, we'll be talking about the acquisition policy. At which time, trustees, you may comment, and I'd like to know that you are going to be protecting my constitutional rights. And I really don't care what other states do. If they want to be dumb and stupid, let them be dumb and stupid. We don't need to talk to it. And you have, the protesters have made it clear that you do not want LGBTQ people in the library. You don't want them represented in our collections, in our books, in our activities. And I just wonder if you accomplish that goal, who's the next group that you want to disappear? And it's sure not gonna be me, you guys. I'd like to talk to a fellow who read All Boys Aren't Blue, because I started reading that book. It's really very interesting. And there's a chapter that's very sexually explicit, but I like the Plan of the Cave Bear books. And when I come to all that sexy stuff, I just flip the pages and get back to the interesting stuff. So it's really easy to read All Boys Aren't Blue. For the story of a fellow who's not like us, who's black, who's queer, that's his word, and to see life from his point of view. I'm really happy that you pointed that book out to me. I enjoyed it. I guess the last point, I've heard a lot about financial. Y'all left early from the meeting last October, so you missed all the financial information that you're requesting. I'd also like to know, since want to know how much drag Queen story hour costs. I'd really like to know how much public money and wasted time has been occupied by this year-long plus 2 months protest. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, and just a reminder for everybody, let's please allow the person who's giving public comment to say their public comment without any side comments. And then additionally, let's make sure that all comments are directed to the board and not an individual board person or to another person that's here in the room. Appreciate, just a reminder, everybody, let's treat each other with respect and love, right? So the next person we have up is Diana West.
I didn't sign up for the
Okay. Next person we have up is Susan Vanessa.
Address, Director Scott.
Oh.
You have to. I want to direct, Director Scott has failed his duties and responsibilities as library director. The Washoe County Board of Trustees must evaluate next month Jeff Scott's based on his merit, which you'll see is lacking. Numerous Washoe County residents have brought to my attention that members of the CARE campus are entering the downtown library, logging onto computers and watching pornography. The screens of the computers are visible to anyone walking by the entrance. To make matters worse, there are eyewitnesses accounts that these individuals are masturbating and to the pornography, exposing their genitals to anyone observing their disgusting behavior. This happened on several occasions as recently as last month. Washoe County Human Services is located directly across the street from the library, which it serves both adults and children. Eyewitnesses have stated that they have seen porn being played on the computers while they were standing at the Human Services entrance. There are Washoe County school buses that drop children off at the library. After entering the library, the children must overcome crossing a catwalk that overlooks the same computers being used by these sexual deviants. A few months ago, I brought this up to the Board of County Commission. I asked the commission meeting and Director Scott was present. At the end of the meeting, I simply asked Jeff Scott what he was going to do about this. He came at me hostily and he said, why don't you do something about this? Go to the library yourself. The reason I'm here today is to inform you that something can be done about this. To this day, Director Scott has taken no action to stop the children from being exposed to pornography. If Jeff Scott knows his duties and responsibilities, then why is he library director? A simple solution would be to relocate the library computers to the top floor where a simple, no one can, an innocent passerby cannot accidentally observe the lewd behaviors. Jeff Church resists. The only conclusion we can arrive is that Jeff Scott is perfectly fine with subjecting children to pornography and sexual behavior. You must investigate this and we must come up with a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have up is Sandy Shugel.
Hi, my name is Sandy Schubel, and the reason why I'm here today is actually about my son. the indoctrination of what is happening within his school. They have a pride flag. I have nothing against the trans movement, homosexuality, whatever, but we live in America. Today, we saluted the flag. We should be doing that in our schools. We're not. That's number one. Number two, I don't have problems with books. I think everybody should read. But if you're going to have a ban on some of these books, Little Red Riding Hood, for Christ's sake, is banned because she has a bottle of alcohol. But yet Othello, Shakespeare, some of the major players that in literature everybody knows is getting banned. The woman, I believe her name was Sandy, that said appropriate books. Why aren't you doing appropriate books instead of Red Riding Hood? Really? Some of these things are not necessary. I'm not here to talk about the funds. I don't care. I want a good foundation for my child. You are taking the books away. So it's easier for them just to flip on the television so they can see sex going on. What about using the imagination? There's so many kids out there that are not reading, and you are making it so they don't want to with everything that you're doing out. Stop indoctrinating my child. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person that we have is Bill Miller.
Good evening. Library Board, fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, a veteran, former marketing creative and retired chaplain. And I'm here to talk about these coordinated campaigns that are appearing as if locally, as if spontaneously, and yet they appear across the nation at the same time. A year and a half ago, it was about woke, which flopped because it was about people being awake as if that was a bad thing, able to think for themselves. Now, around the same time, across the nation, a campaign against LGBTQ surfaced, and one of the specific targets was the drag queen story time. Now, this is very interesting that this would suddenly be such an explosive issue. I remember in the 1990s, two of the biggest films of that era were Tootsie and Mrs. Doubtfire. Where was the fuss then?
Please,
So,
please.
this is my time. So I'm here to urge you to not be taken under the sway of these national campaigns that are about taking away freedoms, substituting other people's opinions and biases rather than the freedom to choose, which I believe is still a rock solid American value. So these campaigns are based on fear. You hear very little facts, and the facts you hear are very twisted. This is an irrational and dangerous movement, and I'm urging you to please vote this suppression down. Thank you for your time.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Drew Rebar.
Rebar.
Rebar, there we go.
So here.
There you go. Stop. It's good. Chair Perez, I'm kind of getting harassed if you were told to shut up, and I should be very quiet, and then turn around and can you ask him to please stop?
For everybody,
Yes.
again, we're not saying any comments about anybody, other person's comments. We're not disrespecting each other. We're gonna carry this meeting with respect for one another and just, for the folks that just have a simple difference of opinion. Drew, please.
Good evening, my name is Drew Rebar. I'm a local businessman, so watch a lot of corruption in our government. I've decided to document, disseminate the information to the public under our First Amendment freedom of press rights. Today, I'm here to petition my government on those same rights. Library Director Jeff Scott has banned me from speaking and participating in social media, but we're all inclusive, right? Under the social media platforms that Washoe County operates, violating my First Amendment constitutional protected rights. Jeff Scott has informed me that I was not special or alone in his violation. He does this regularly as a standard practice. He's blocked many more people. Recognize the courts have looked at this. I've waited for this moment because currently the United States Supreme Court is considering whether public officials' personal social media pages can be restricted in the case of O'Connor, Ratcliffe versus Garnier. Based on the language that I just listened to the other day when I heard the case earlier, the justices, the government's attorneys, and the plaintiffs, it is clear that blocking people from participating in government-run operated social media is a violation of the First Amendment. You guys have violated my rights. I am going to bring a lawsuit. Director Scott has committed battery against me by laying his hands on me and pushing and trespassing me from Sparks Library. Am I still trespassed, or do I have freedom to go to the library? We wouldn't want to be exclusive here, would we? All of this because I was reporting the transsexual with children story time out. I'm here to inform the board of these illegal and unconstitutional actions by the director and request the board rescind any trespass orders against me, unblock all of the people that have been blocked from the social media sites, write letters apologizing to the victims that were blocked, make restitution for these acts, create policy and procedures so that these actions never happen again, and finally, fire Director Scott. We're looking at legal action if convictions are not resolved. If you would like to take proactive action, DA Kaplan, the board, you can reach out to my attorney. His name is Richard Salvatore. His phone number is 775-786-5800. Please retain my public comment on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have is Darla Keely. Darla Keely.
Just leave. Darla, please.
Just leave. Okay, next person we have.
Right there. You don't know, right, it's a mistake, I don't know who put my name down, I didn't.
Understood.
Oh.
Next person we have is Roger Edwards.
Go ahead. I really said my stuff already. Thanks.
Next person we have up is Michelle Holt.
Okay, good evening, Michelle Hull. Please put my comments into the record. I hope that tonight, for a huge change, the audio will work during this meeting and the public's comment will be relayed electronically properly. So I'll be emailing each of you a packet tonight sometime with an article that was written a few weeks ago, which lists all the states that have severed their ties to the ALA. The American Library Association, plus the states that are in the process of it. So we all discuss month after month, the ALA, the American Library Association, which has 80,000 members in 53 nations. And that this body is run by a self-proclaimed Marxist. And the issue with the ALA is that they have in their stated policy a statement that says children should be allowed to read anything up to and including the sexually explicit material that we share month after month here, which includes homosexual acts, rape, and up to pedophilia. That is the issue
That is the reason why states are severing their ties. And we've asked multiple occasions from Jeff Scott and this board to do the same. We are not book burners. We're not out in the parking lot lighting up pages. Does anybody see that happening out here in your little blue t-shirts? Because that is not what we're doing. Also, there, month after month, we've brought up the alternative to the ALA. There's the Nevada State Library Association. There's that. If you wanted to, be a part of another layer, you could be in that regional library association, which is called, I think it's called Mountain West. I'm going to send you guys the information. It's a short 2-page form that you can fill out on the internet. Every single person in here can be a part of that, whether you're a trustee, retired, a student, a member of a library or not, whether you're a library. It has a staggered fee system, and the first year is half off. And that association has conferences, it has professional, development webinars, it has podcasts, it has committees, it has task force on, it has an archive science task force, it has a professional development task force. So it has everything. It has everything except the ick and poop that the ALA wants to put out there. And we parents, grandparents, concerned people of every party, we're just responsible. We're not crazy. We're not haters of the LGBTQ trans. Nope. No, we're not, ma'am. No, we're not. We're responsible people who care about the safety of our children. There is no reason for you to be passing that garbage out to kids. You can move that to a XXX store if you want. I mean, that's where it belongs.
We're gonna go ahead, take a 10-minute recess. Folks use facilities, get a drink of water. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and get started. The next person we have up is Candace Howell. Candace, please.
Thank you for the time. We, the three of us, are proud patrons of Washoe County Library. This summer, we attended several events through our library system. We made a goal to visit every library in Washoe County. We got close. We're only missing a couple, including this one, so we made it, yay. Our visits were more than just checking out books. Through the library's programs, my daughters pet a baby crocodile, sang at story time, and embraced the joy of learning. They even participated in Drag Queen Story Hour, celebrating diversity in a space that welcomes everyone with Miss Ginger Divine. When has hate and book banning or opposition to diversity ever been on the right side of history? The answer is never. It never has. History has repeatedly, History has repeatedly shown us that attempting to restrict knowledge and diversity only leads to regress, not progress. The push to ban books and restrict programs like Drag Queen Story Hour reflects extremist views that don't represent the vast majority. The people who want to ban Drag Queen Story Hour honestly need more drag queens in their lives. They need fun and whimsy. They need positivity and love and acceptance. And it pains me to know that some were taught hate when they were once just like my kids and filled with love and light and acceptance. And I wish I could go back and give each one a hug, a mom hug that they need, and tell them that it's okay, that you're enough, that you don't have to tear others down to make yourself feel better. That different doesn't equal scary. I would tell you to ask questions, explore the world, be kind, and lead with love. I would tell you that everyone is different, and that's what makes life beautiful. And these attempts to dictate what should or should not be accessible in our libraries is misguided and dangerous. This slippery slope of regressive ideologies is what will lead us to a modern-day dark age. Censorship, ignorance, and suppression of knowledge have no place in 2023. We cannot allow a small minority to dictate the literary landscape for our entire community. Now more than ever, we must nurture understanding, empathy, and unity. I stand here with my daughters, who whose names come from a banned book. And we own most of the books you've mentioned. In their short lives, we've seen a slip backwards. My daughters were born with fewer rights than generations before them. When I was in school, Columbine was the exception, and now school shootings are the norm. I will not be okay with my daughters being robbed of the right to read. We fought to ensure they are here with me. I brought them tonight. Crazy idea, I know. I want them to know that we fought. I want them to know that I fought. They come with me to everything because they need to see that we fought to ensure that they inherit a better world, a world where diversity is celebrated, knowledge is embraced, and love triumphs over hate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Janice Jones.
Evening, my name is Janice Jones, and I've given the trustees and the director a copy of my public comment. If you can please put that into record. Jeff Scott, who currently fills the position of Director of Libraries for Washoe County, has now become a liability for Washoe County. Most of the community saw this occurring as much as 2 years ago, and now we hope you see it too. Jeff Scott is a disappointment and has brought unfavorable attention to the Washoe County Libraries in the following ways. Formal charges filed against him by citizens in the community, unfavorable HR file, has brought shame and disrespect, contrary to the favorable profile our libraries should have, has brought turmoil to trustee meetings with upset communities, using the library newsletter to identify and label a community member with a detrimental political tag. Many people do not want Drag Queen Story Hour program in our libraries. With hundreds of programs in place, Jeff Scott could have dropped one that offended so many. We made our voices heard through social media, a library board meeting, county commissioner meetings, and even scheduled story hours. We thought Jeff Scott would listen and have an interest in developing programs that were well received by the majority in our community. Instead, we were met with Jeff Scott's anger and increasing aggressions. He bullies and ridicules the many people who speak against that particular program. He has paid, with library funds, persons from an organized LGBTQ group to appear at scheduled story hours for the purpose of intimidating community members who show up to express displeasure about the program. It is clear that Drag Queen Story Hour is not just a library program to Jeff Scott, but rather a personal agenda that he is pushing and using the library system to do it. Jeff Scott is being paid to manage library programs. It is not up to Jeff Scott to manage and shape young minds or help people fit into lifestyles. Amazingly, people will do that on their own, and they have for decades. For the money you are spending, board, you can do better. Before all this anger and aggression escalates or someone gets more hurt than they already have, please, Library Board of Trustees, come to the realization that you need to cut Jeff Scott loose and tell him he can peddle his nightclub act somewhere else, but not in our library. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have is Val White.
Just a reminder to the board about what the First Amendment actually is. It's free speech. Free, meaning that I can speak to the board as a whole or individually, and I can reference previous speakers' comments. Your definition of respect is just as silly as the chair's ignorant attempt to remove my free speech. Quoting from the Supreme Court case, Justice William Brennan opined that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and said that vehement criticism and even mistakes were part of the price that democratic society must pay for freedom. Now let's talk about drag queen story hours, LGBT, and queer theory. A previous speaker attempted to state, and quite incorrectly, that the LGBTQ agenda, including drag queen story hour, has nothing to do with Marxism. He couldn't be more wrong. To put it simply, there is an established battle plan to transform this nation into a socialist state. Those who support drag queen story hours are simply ignorant about what it really is about. LGBTs and queer theory have different agendas. The LGBT community seeks to normalize their lifestyle, even though it's dangerous and unhealthy with their 10 to 15 year shortened life expectancies. Queer theory seeks to destroy everything that is normalized and a part of the dominant culture. Why? To bring in Marxism. They've clearly stated in published documents that they are different from the LGBT agenda. They're actually opposites. Queer theory is activism with a Marxist agenda. Queer theory activists use LGBTs and their diversity and acceptance propaganda to hide their true destructive agenda. Do those of you who consider yourselves to be LGBT allies even know this or understand how you're being played? I believe the term useful idiots may be appropriate. So what does this have to do with Drag Queen Story Hour? The event is marketed as family friendly. It is a friendly way of destroying the sexual and behavioral norms of children at their early ages. Public libraries should not be participating in smoothing the way for Marxism and new communism into our county and country. No more drag queen story hours. And it's time for Director Jeff Scott to hit the road. He's brought nothing but problems to this library system. I will gladly be here at December meeting to talk about it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Victoria Meyer.
Oh, okay.
Victoria Meyer for the record, and I wanted to read from Drag Pedagogy, the Playful Practice of Queer Imagination in Early Childhood by Harper Keenan and Little Miss Hot Mess from 2021. An excerpt here about this article is collaboratively written by an education scholar and a drag queen. Drag Queen Story Hour provides a generative extension of queer pedagogy into the world of early childhood education. Drag pedagogy provides a performative approach to queer pedagogy that is not simply about LGBT lives, but living queerly. Drag queens have historically been relegated to the realm of the night. In the past few years, however, drag performers have made their way from the dimly lit bars of gay boorhoods and into the fluorescent lights of libraries and classrooms. We explore the pedagogical contributions of a program called Drag Queen Story Hour as a form of queer imagining in an early childhood context. Through this program, drag artists have channeled their penchant for, quote, reading each other to filth into different forms of literacy, promoting storytelling as integral to queer and trans communities, as well as positioning queer and trans cultural forms as valuable components of early childhood education. So, that said, there's a lot of talk about hate of trans people and all this kind of stuff. That's really not what this is about. It's about adult appropriateness. You wouldn't send your kid to see Clockwork Orange, I don't think. Maybe some of you would. Or Deep Throat, maybe, or 50 Shades of Grey. Yet, in our library, we have this book. And this is graphic, so if you don't want your ears to hear it or your children to hear it, I'm giving you a warning right now, because this is not only in 5 of our high schools and 2 of our middle schools, it's also in our library, accessible to kids.
Why can we put age limits on movies? But you guys want to call us haters for putting age limits on books. I don't get it. This is about porn. It's about sexual content. He did not wait for an answer. And still, he did not free Amon's hands. Holding them both in one of his, he managed to twist his buttons of his trousers. Then he guided Amon's fingers to the shaft of him. A noise like a hiss escaped from Emery
Point of order.
as he used his as he wrapped Alma's fingers around his
Ms.
yaw.
Myers,
It was hot and hard with dew wet drip at
Ms.
its
Myers,
Emery moved Alma's hands within his grip, up and down, slowly at first, and then faster,
time's
and
up.
with a grunt and a groan and a spasm so tight that the knuckles,
Ms. Myers,
whatever. So are you cutting me off?
time's up.
Thank you, Alan.
That's what we're against, guys. That's what we're against.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Austin Youngblood. Austin Youngblood. Seeing no Youngblood, Austin Youngblood, let's go ahead, go to Emily Stewart.
Hi, I'm Emily Stewart. I am a queer person. I live in your community. Okay, I've lived in Reno almost all of my life, and I plan to raise my kids here too.
Love you.
Thanks. My parents are here too. They're watching me do this. Yeah, so I'm here to support Drag Storytime because I am a queer person in our community, and I'm also a business owner of a mental health field style business. I need programs like this to recommend to my clients who are families with kids who are LGBTQIA+. They need these resources to feel heard, understood, and to express joy. Libraries are public spaces and should represent the diversity of our communities as a public space. We need queer role models. We need diversity, not just tolerating it, accepting it, or allowing it. It needs to be celebrated, so the joys of this experience may be passed down for generations to come. Do we want a legacy of celebrating diversity, engaging in it, and exploring it, of reflecting the beautiful, sparkling cacophony of life in our community? Or the alternative is keeping queer kids isolated and miserable, hidden away, and desperate, feeding into the tragic statistics of mental, physical, and spiritual crises that exist in our community. As a mental health practitioner, I see this firsthand. We need representation, we need visibility to prevent mental health crises. Nobody is asking anyone in this room to change your values, your political affiliations, just to extend empathy to persons who are committed to full expressions of joy in our diverse community. If you don't want your kids to experience drag storytelling, don't bring them to that particular event. There are many other wonderful opportunities to explore literature with children in our public library system. You don't need to shut us down to enjoy it. Just bring them to something that aligns with your values. Have empathy for different experiences. That's all we're asking. I don't want porn in the library either, like that's something you can agree on. But drag queer storytelling is not porn. It's a celebration of a diverse lifestyle. Okay? So, as a queer person, talk to me. I'd love to explain why I use she, they pronouns. I'd love to explain why being queer is so amazing and so much more fun than not being queer. Sorry. Yeah, talk to me about it. I work with families. I work with parents. I work with kids. I work with people exploring their identities. And that's why this is so important in our community, so that there's an outlet for this and a really positive way of bringing it into our community. It's not scary, it's fun. Just go to one, it's so fun. Experience the joy of queerness. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person we have up is Marie Rodriguez.
Marie Rodriguez for the record. I am a wife, married 40 years, and I'm straight. I am a mother, I'm a grandmother of school-age grandchildren, and I am a voter. And I am concerned with the behavior of some of my fellow Nevadans here. See, I respect the law, including NRS 241.010 regarding open meeting law, as well as Robert's Rules of Order. I also respect the U.S. Constitution. We all know how the preamble reads. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare and security, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. It is for all Americans. And not all Americans were raised the same. We don't have the same experiences. We do not have the same income, education, faith, or spirituality, goals, or dreams. We are individuals, and none of us have the right to impose our beliefs or conscience on others. We all, however, should make it our goal to be responsible and beautiful citizens. And this should include the qualities of courtesy, respect, self-discipline, and tolerance. Chair Pettis has asked all of us several times to cease side conversations when someone is making public comment. And it is disrespectful and disruptive to not keep quiet and let that person speak. NRS 203.090 states, everyone who, without authority of law, shall willfully disturb any assembly or meeting not unlawful in its character shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. I had several times where I could not hear the speaker because of the side conversations going on around me. And that's not right. The person who's speaking up here has the right to have their say without having to try to listen over somebody else making comment, whether they agree or disagree. And it's a misdemeanor if it gets too out of hand, like it did earlier. Look, if somebody's against Drag Story Hour, then don't bring your kids or grandkids to it. Simple as that. You don't have the right to impose your beliefs on somebody else who's okay with it. If you're against certain books being on the shelf, don't read them or don't allow your kids to read them. Simple.
Thank you for your comment. The last person we have is Wayne Cates.
My name's Wayne Cates. I was at this forum last year. First time I was stood up and spoke in public. This is the second time I've stood up and spoken in public. I attended the Drag Queen Story meeting hours. Mr. Scott, I'm sure you remember me. You were demanding that we not enter the property or across the property with our tents to protect senior citizens that were there protesting against Drag Queen Story hour. Remember that? When I remind you this is our property, not yours, you acquiesced and let us go. I was constantly shadowed as I walked through the library. Shadowed, followed. You hate us, you hate us, you hate us, you just hate us, you just don't like this lifestyle. I walked over to the little knick-knack table and said, hey, you got anything for a female who's military, who's gay? That's my daughter. I have nothing against the lifestyle, but when you start indoctrinating 2 to 5-year-old kids, I have a problem with that. I was told countless times at that library, this is all voluntary. Can someone explain to me how you can get a 2 to 5-year-old kid to volunteer and not be coerced? Kitty Demers spoke it sincerely. Why is it parents want your kids to speak to someone like me? I do deviant stuff. I do drugs.
I do acts that you would never want to see, and you want your kids to be exposed to me?
Perfect. Next person we have is Joe McKinney.
Joe McElhenney for the record. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I got pretty disturbed, sick and tired would be a better way to describe it, about people talking about censoring and restricting books. Those of us who want to have our children raised in a normal manner are not banning books, not burning books, not restricting books. We believe in age-appropriate access to books. You can't drink before you're 18 or 21, depending on the state. You can't own a firearm in some states anymore until you're 21. You can't drive till you're 16 or 18 in some states. There's age appropriateness based on the development of the brain and the emotions. So that's my big thing. And to call us extreme, Drag Queen Story Hour is extreme. That's extreme sexuality. It doesn't belong in a library or a school. I used to love to watch it abroad, okay? But it's, you know, I was a high school student by then. And there's a lot of things that can be done when you're 16 or 18 that don't belong in the 2 to 5 year age bracket. My brother's, he's been married to his husband, his partner, for 15 years. They're a wonderful couple, but I don't want that lifestyle imposed on young children. Let them discover it on their own as time goes by, as they mature. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The last person we have is Janice Smith, please.
I don't have any formal speech prepared. I would like to start off with Mr. Scott, you're very smart. A very smart man. Communists tend to be very smart. You guys have been infiltrating our institutions for a very long time, very quietly, making very slow changes that nobody tends to notice. I'm just recently waking up to what's going on here. And I would argue that being okay with drag queen story hour and pornographic materials available to children in their schools and public libraries is not a majority opinion. Every normal parent that I talk to is not okay with that. And I would just like to counter that if you don't want your children, if you would like to have your children go to a drag queen story hour, if you would like to have them look at genitalia in a book or read about sex when they're very young, you're more than welcome to do that at home. Okay, nobody is stopping you from perverting your children. Okay, what I would like to also say is that it just seems that the goal of Drag Queen Story Hour and having sexualized content available to children is to destroy children. What a better way to do that than to expose them to sex at a very young age? I mean, do you not understand what that does? Just a bunch of communists.
Zoom? There's some online.
Sure. Yeah, is there anybody online?
We have 3 online.
Please.
Okay.
What's the first name?
I'm gonna get it. It's like Bree. Let me get them. Bree, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Can you guys?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, awesome. My name is Bree Schmidt. I work with Silver State Equality, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person. I just want to say thank you everybody for your time to be here. And our organization is looking forward to the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that the library has put forth. This year, there were a lot of fun programs. They were really enjoyable to be at, and we're looking forward to what the library has in store for 2024. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, we have Sina Lloyd. All right, Sina, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yep, okay, go ahead.
Library Trustees Chair, thank you for the opportunity to give public comment tonight. My name is Sina Lloyd, SENA-LOYD, and I'm a community member and Washoe County Library card holder. As a librarian and former library director, I am here to speak in support of the included Washoe County Library Collection Development and Management Policy. Policies such as these exist to ensure services to the entire community and not to a specific group or in service of a specific group's beliefs. As the quote goes, a truly great library contains something in it to offend everyone. Joe Goodwin. I am so sure of this that I know that there is at least one, if not multiple books collected in Washoe County libraries, as well as libraries all over Nevada, that I might find offensive for myself or my family. Choice, privacy, and freedom. I encourage each trustee to consider these core values when considering the decisions before you. Everyone has a choice of what to read. Everyone has the privacy to read what they will. And in America, everyone has the freedom to do so. I hope that you approve the included collection development and management policy, and of course, continue to allow staff to collect something to offend everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Zoe K, I think.
Zoe, please.
All right, Zoe, can you hear us?
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to speak in support of the inclusion and diverse population and programming that's included at the library. I'm really disappointed to see that our community members are not in supportive of including other people from our communities. And frankly, I've heard more porn here in this meeting than I have at Drag Queen Story Hour. So I think we need to figure out what we can do as a community to meet the needs of everyone while including people, not excluding them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's all I see.
Understood. With that being all the public comment, we're gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 4, approval of the meeting minutes. Approval, 4A, approval of minutes from the library board meeting of October 18th, 2023 for possible action. Trustees, you received the minutes. Is there any questions? Gonna look for a motion to get these minutes approved.
Mr. Chair,
Trustee Rogers, please.
just a question to Director Scott. In terms of the minutes that were provided this time, can you give us background on why, not necessarily why, but I've noticed that they're bigger. They're more thorough, I should say, in terms of that. And can you give us any background on how that was attained or what was done to achieve that?
Well, losing our Nevada Day weekend especially achieved that. So it's just taking more time to do the comments verbatim.
Okay.
And so I know that in the last meeting, we had a discussion about the minutes and that there was a desire to have more thorough minutes. So we did take extra time to do that to make sure it's at that length. If the board wants it different, we can do that differently. It doesn't have to be verbatim. It's not required by law to do so.
No, I'm curious for everybody's feedback on that, but I was just wondering if AI or something had been used to, gather this.
Regular intelligence, regular old intelligence, not artificial.
Thank you.
So we're gonna go ahead and take public comment on this action item 4A. please keep the comment related to the approval of the minutes for the October 18th meeting. Ms. Crump, please.
David Crump for the record. No.
Go ahead.
Right now.
David Crump, there it is, for the record. I wanted to thank the board very much for including our comments verbatim. We've been asking for this for more than a year, and not to be just pumped into someone was for and someone was against. It was greatly noted and appreciated that you heard us and our comments were included. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you. I'd just like to say that I appreciate the longer minutes, and the reason why is
And the name for the record. Apologies. Name for the record.
Val White.
Thank you.
Is because I've listened to these meetings sometimes at home, and the sound system is so bad you can barely hear it. Even this sound system in this room right now, it's not sufficient. And I've been to other library meetings too, and the sound system is not sufficient. I don't know why this meeting can't be held in a venue with a professional, adequate sound system. I mean, why aren't you using like middle school where they have great sound systems, or use the county chamber someplace? Because without the adequate sound system and the abbreviated minutes, it's impossible to know what's going on at these meetings. So either make the minutes verbatim, not paraphrased. There's plenty of AI programs out there that can do it for you without a large commitment of staff time. Or hold it in a venue where it's more professional. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Bruce Parks for the record. I too would like to express my appreciation for the inclusion of the public comment as it appeared on these minutes that you're about to approve, which I have no doubt you're going to approve. I would like to state that when it comes to the public comment, yes, we do have the right as citizens to speak our minds here. I would, every time I hear somebody say I have a constitutional right to do it, one of my pet peeves, I teach a class on the Constitution every week. You have no constitutional rights. There's no such thing. What you have are God-given rights that are protected by the Constitution. Just wanted to clear that up. In NRS 241, it specifically states that this supplemental material, and this will come up under your one of the other agenda items about the bylaws, but supplemental material has to be made available at the same time that the agenda is made available. And again, kudos. We had that information at the same time. That has not been what we're used to, so I'm sure you can understand our surprise and our appreciation. And make no mistake, we the people do appreciate it. When we are heard and you take us seriously, you have no idea how much support you garner when you do that. We appoint civilians to our boards and committees so that we have a modicum of civilian oversight on our government entities. When it comes to making public comment and then it being recorded properly, indicates to you, the people, that you're doing your jobs. Thank you.
Agree, William Kuchar. I actually researched the NRS regarding the minute taking. And contrary to people who have said that you have to record things verbatim, which is really a waste of taxpayer dollars. It says the substance of the remarks made by any member in general who addresses the public body. That person can submit a copy for inclusion. So it's up to them. It shouldn't be on on you, and if there's concern about taxpayer dollars, there should be one place they should look.
Thank you for your comment. Not seeing any additional public comments, board members gonna look for that motion. Board member Moser, please.
Moser, for the record, I would like the record to reflect that I asked for the Google kiosk report.
In the minutes?
Yeah.
Understood.
With that, I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Got a motion from trustee Moser, looking for a second.
I will second.
Got a second from trustee Silver. Is there any discussion from the board? All those in favor, excuse me, all those in favor, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, please signal by saying nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll go ahead and move forward to agenda item 5, old business, non-action item. There is none. So we'll go ahead and move forward to agenda item 6A, new business. Let's go ahead and start this with a presentation and discussion of the Washoe County Library Tax Renewal Plan by Library Director Jeff Scott. This is a non-action item. Director Scott, please.
Thank you, Chair Burrows. I'll try to bring this up so you can see it, but it's in your board packet. So, as you're aware, I've been presenting to this board for a few months now. The tax initiative that was passed in 1994 is set to expire in June 2025. Our goal is to get that tax renewed. This handout gives you some information about the history of the tax, what we're trying to do to renew it, what it does right now. If it was not a new tax, it just takes 2 cents of assessed value, the $100 assessed value, and gives it directly to the library. The advantage we have of having those funds is that it allows us more flexibility as property valuation goes up, or more people are moving into the area and building more houses. The library gets a direct support for that, for those funding. In the last few years, we have the Northwest Reno Library renovated, created, South Valley's Library, Incline Village Library, Spanish Springs Library, all created due to that tax. It allowed us to weather the recession of 2008, 2016, of which during the time period, we lost 40% of the library budget. Most of our collection development budget now comes out of that expansion tax. $1 million of library staff come out of that library tax, as well as technology and other supplies with that. And that's reflected in the June report to the board, the detailed breakdown of that. So the board is aware of what's in that expansion tax. This kind of one sheet is kind of the information that we're going to have on the website. So it gives information about the history of it, what's upcoming, and then what happens if it passes, what happens if it fails. So we're looking to renovate South Valley Spanish Springs Library. We're looking at a new North Valley's Library. We may have a large private donation that's coming up. And then looking to expand our services in the North Valley, Spanish Springs, and South Valley regions. The tax fails, you'll have librarians laid off. As I mentioned, you'll lose $3 million of our funds, $1 million of worth of staff are in there. So that's $1 million of library staff gone. You'll have the book budget eliminated. So it's $1 million of book budget that's in the expansion tax will be eliminated. And then library technology budget, which is about $100,000, will be eliminated. And then we'll lose, as a result of reduction of staff, you're going to obviously lose weekend and evening hours. A lot of our libraries during the recession are open 4 days a week. So us able to use the property tax to our advantage to restore those hours is thanks to this expansion tax. So that gives you kind of a summary of where we are and what we're up against. This gives a little bit of history. I won't go over the whole history because I've kind of gone over that. Martha Gould's vision. If you want to have more information about how this got passed, there's a good book that I have called Oasis of Culture, which gives a history of all Nevada public libraries in the state, going back to 1904, Reno being the first library in the state. So there's a good history about how it was formed and the need for that. It's kind of a reaction of the Las Vegas Clark County Libraries passing a bond in 1992 that allowed them to build and expand their library system tremendously. And so this is a way to kind of let our system catch up to that and make sure we're sustaining our services to the public. So the plan, so one of the things I want to caution with this is that as library staff, as trustees, we're very limited in our role. We can't tell people to vote for the tax. We can say, libraries are great and advertise all the great work that we do and tell people, oh, there happens to be a tax. but we can't tell people vote for the tax. So a lot of the work that's going to happen as far as get out the vote won't be happening by the library staff and it won't be happening by the trustees. So we've asked Friends of Washoe County Library to set aside a budget to assist with this effort of $50,000, which they approved last week. And then we're also going to look at trying to gather library supporters to do efforts in order to do get out the vote efforts with that. We've contracted with Riley Sutton to get consultation, who's reviewed this plan and approved this plan. So we have a lot of information about what we're going to do. We have a lot of great partners that we have currently that cost us nothing to get on the air. So as our role is getting the library word out there, we have every week we have KUNR on the shelf, on the kids shelf, a presentation which you'll see later. We have the Colo Book News and the Colo Book Club that I do, and the Colo Library News Update. We also have PSAs by PBS Reno. This is Reno and a variety of other resources that we can say, getting the word out there. And Riley agrees with that strategy of getting the library out there, making sure people know the work that we do and show that it's valued, and then let the support group do the efforts of getting the word out about what the value of this tax is. So this first phase is really kind of getting that information together, making sure we have all the information on the website, basically what's here in a more better format on the website, making sure we're getting our partners together to that, and then also supporting if there is a library support group like a super PAC that's formed, whether that's for or against the tax, making sure that we have some information about what they're planning to do. We can't coordinate with any super PAC once it's in effect. Once they've approved their 501c4, we can all communicate with them about any of their strategies that are on their own, and we have to be separate from that. So as far as the plan goes, one of the things I guess I kind of caution is that our role is very limited. So we're trying to talk about getting the library word out there, marketing, rah, but we can't do anything as far as saying vote for tax. So that's kind of the pretty quick overview of the tax initiative. Are there things you'd like to see or have questions about the presentation or the information?
Understood. And I do remember asking some questions regarding this in the June meeting. So this is about 26, this renewal will be about 26% of our budget, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Understood. Board members, or trustees, any questions, anything that you have for the director?
Chair Perez.
Please.
First of all, thank you, Director Scott and Chair Perez, for taking this item from last month. I know it's been on the radar, but my request to put it on the board. I would request that moving forward that maybe we have a standing item. I'm not sure how we agendize that, but I would recommend a standing item to track the progress and any updates as we go through this in the coming months based on the real rough draft that you have there tonight, Director. I appreciate that. One question or a couple of questions. As far as the county's involvement, when do you see the Board of County Commissioners approving the ability to move forward with this being on the ballot, or the request to them, I should say?
Yeah, they'll approve it in 2024. So we're going to have an initial meeting in January 2024 to get a timeline for that. This is also on the Washoe County strategic plan for approval. So it's on the Washoe County strategic plan for approval as well. So the county is aware of that to get that approved.
And just a follow up to that, then what resources would you request or would be available from the county as a whole? I know you talked about staff and their possible involvement based upon a super PAC analysis with that. But from the communication of all the resources that the county has, where do you see that playing out?
As far as the county goes, it's mostly just talking about budget and making that case to the commissioners to make sure they're aware of that. That's basically the extent of it. Essentially, our role is there's a tax. We want to ask the commission to put that back on the ballot and then to get them to approve it and then let the voters decide on what they want to approve or not.
Okay. And specifically, I was asking again through communications back to making ties to the various media contacts, to everything out there in terms of the public, utilizing not only our library staff for those connections that we have, embraced, but also from the county as a whole, the communications team to make sure that we're utilizing every effort we have, or every tool, I should say.
Yeah, the communications team will be aware of what they can do as far as getting the word out, having more video and having more information about what we're doing. You saw kind of their work a number of years ago. We had the Washoe Impact Awards. We won the award for early literacy, and so they had a nice video to go along with that. We already have a lot of videos done by our own staff that have the video equipment and the ability to put that together. So a lot of the videos of the get to know your library, downtown Reno, that kind of thing is available online, and that's all staff created. So we do want to rely on their expertise to see if we can get something more impressive, or if we want to do PSAs that are 30-second longs that are pre-produced. PBS Reno has always done that for us as well, and they can continue to do that for us. So we have a great amount of partners, both in the county and outside the county, to make sure they can get the word out and also help us with getting on the air, whether that's TV, radio, or other places.
Thank you. And then, sorry, just last question, was just on the cap, the tax cap. I think it's going to be very imperative based upon the comments I heard up here tonight, for the education piece on that tax for not only our supporters just to understand, but obviously the layperson who doesn't, in terms of that it's not an additional tax, that if it goes away, it doesn't go down. This is just a set aside from the tax assessment right now. So I think that's key in terms of people not reading into it that it's a tax increase, and that we definitely message it the way that, again, this is something that has been in effect for 30 years and it doesn't change the property tax.
Right. Some of the strategies with that as well is getting the word out, but also letting people know that it just goes back to the county general fund. And so the usually thing that happens on occasion is that people love the library, but they may not like the county as much. So when they hear that, they definitely don't want that to happen. So that works to our advantage, even though I wouldn't market it that way. But that's something that happens often, where we have everyone has a library and they want to make sure they support it. They don't want the money to go away. So that's definitely something in the messaging we take account of.
Thank you.
Through you to Mr. Scott. In what capacity are you using
Riley Sutton. He's a political consultant. So basically all he's really doing is just being available for consultation. So if we get stuck, if we have a question or a problem, he'll come in, he'll review what we're doing or review our plan, but he's not doing anything as far as creating a website. He is very high in demand with a lot of local electeds and people who want to be local electeds. And so he's doing the heavy lift for that. We're not going to be able to get on his radar more than a few $1,000s to basically ask him, is this okay? What do you think about this on occasion? And he's a big library supporter, and he's responsible for getting the Washoe County School District WC1 passed in 2016. So he has a lot of information about how to get something passed, how to look as an entity, as a candidate, local government as a candidate, and also what the flavor is locally and how people feel about that. So he feels very strongly about the library and our tax plan. So I think that's going to be positive for us.
Thank you. And again, friends of the libraries, they
don't necessarily be a political role, but it'll more be set aside funding so that if we need to use that for a sponsored post, things like that, we can ask them to do that. And so they set aside that funding. I mean, where we use all that funding, a lot of the partners that the county library has are all going to be public service announcements that cost us nothing. And PBS Reno already has that relationship where they give us $10,000 worth of airtime over the summer and then expanding that. So there's a lot of partners we can utilize that doesn't require any cost from us, but then that cost is available if we want to use that.
So just to clarify, Riley Sutton is of no cost?
Right now, we're probably going to do a contract with the Friends so that he can kind of come on. And he's willing to do it for free, but we want to make sure we get his attention. I think one of the things that's going to be critical for us as we go forward is that right now getting the word out, starting to emerge, next year getting the word out. But once it gets past June, it's going to be all presidential stuff all the way down. And so it's going to be tough for us to kind of get the library out there as far as getting people's attention, and who's going to be really essential kind of guiding us through that.
Okay, and just for the future, if we could have those type of expenditures or planned expenditures in some sort of budgetary form for us to see where that money is coming from or going.
Yeah, at this point, we don't know specifically. This is not county library funds that's going out. These are Friends of Washoe County Library funds. So the Friends will be responsible for monitoring that budget, not the board.
Okay. Please. To Mr. Scott, can you just help me understand the process by which the consultant was selected?
Mostly just kind of having conversation with local people who are really have experience with local elections, so we're looking up to the top. Other option was Every Library, which is a national library support 501c4 run by Patrick Sweeney, and that's mentioned in the report. So they're really good about that, but it's also a little bit they're not in the community. And so I think that's kind of one of the disadvantages of kind of knowing what the community will do. They've helped libraries pass their bonds all across the country that are very successful in November 2023 and getting a lot of their bonds passed and getting tax initiatives passed, but it's a little bit more expensive. And then we wouldn't necessarily get their full attention because of the number of programs and the number of communities that they serve, and then not necessarily knowing the local community. We had worked with them on a previous project before, and not knowing the community is kind of a big hindrance, and Riley knew the community. I think that's an advantage for us.
I just one last question. I was just a little curious. I know that we really don't enjoy increasing taxes, but is there a reason that we didn't increase it based on inflation for the tax initiative?
You mean change the formula?
Yeah.
Well, it seemed like a simple formula since it was already doing it. We're just going to renew it. Then there's no other explanation as far as it's more or less. It's the same thing. So it doesn't change your tax base. It doesn't change anything what you're doing. It doesn't change the library support, and it floats because it's a percentage. So as the valuation goes up, we get more money. And it seemed like that was a good solution. So at this point, it'd be difficult to ask something in addition, and getting people support for that. Doing something that's a continuation seemed to be a better successful plan.
Trustees? Question?
No, certainly.
Trustees, do we have any more questions? I just don't want to move on unless we're ready. No. We're gonna go ahead. Move forward to agenda item 6B, review and possible revision of library board of trustee bylaws.
You want to open it up?
Perfect. So board members, we have our bylaws that are up for renewal. I only saw one correction on the bottom line. It says these bylaws were presented to the board on July 19th, 2023, and were adopted. I think that's the only changes that I have. Board members, are there any changes to the revisions, any questions to the revisions regarding the bylaws for the library board of trustees? And we will do public comment, so I know that this is an action item, and we will do that, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask the trustees if they have any questions. Not seeing any. We're gonna go ahead, move it open.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure how we make this. Can we just start this?
Yes,
Discuss, or we'll just-
I asked for a discussion, so go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, trustee Jacks. The bylaws have been before this board for 6 recurring months, best we could calculate. A lot of activity is coming on the revision of the bylaws, and I'm not sure where to start. I feel like these revisions were supposed to be done some time ago, because everybody's kind of already working towards these bylaws as revised. So I feel like we're correcting some things in the bylaws. Okay. I do have some revisions to the bylaws, and I'm not sure where to start except to address item 2B6. Simply stated, if a trustee wishes to resign, I don't feel that the written notice needs to be provided to the library director. I would suggest that we remove that portion of the trustee, the bylaws, to remove the word director on that item. Item 2D. 5. I've read most of the bylaws that are adjacent to Washoe County. So all the counties with library boards, I've read all of their bylaws. And in the essence of a checks and balance system where we can hire and evaluate a job performance of the library director is in 2D6. There's no provision that allows this board to dismiss a library director, assistant director, or librarian, which is in some of the bylaws of these adjacent counties. I would like to discuss with my fellow board members adding those items under that section. I would also like to add under item 2D8, I'd like to know how and with what information we are to monitor and evaluate the library effectiveness. I feel like possibly a policy confirmation that would help us ascertain how we do this would greatly improve our efficiency under that item. Item 4A, under meetings. I believe that we should remove some words such as the chair shall have authority to cancel regularly scheduled meeting after consultation with the library director. I don't feel we need to have those words after consultation with the library director. That is not required in order to perform that function. I would also suggest on a larger scale of editing these bylaws that perhaps the meetings should in fact be every other month, or even to be more efficient and transparent, these meetings should be moved at the discretion of the chair and the pleasure of the board to any location that they would so desire. Sorry, not missing. And I would be happy at the pleasure of my fellow board members and the chair to discuss this matter further. Item 4D, under agendas. I believe this entire editing of this bylaw should be left alone. The action to add the words underlined, however, whether or when the item is actually placed on the agenda remains at the discretion of the chair. I think in the interest of transparency, this agenda item, this bylaw item D could be left alone and without edit. Also, I would like to note that this item, it says that the director shall ensure the preparation of the agenda for each board meeting and the compliance with the application open meeting laws is set forth in NRS chapter 41. I believe this should be revised, and at the pleasure of my fellow board members and at the willing of the chair, that this should be changed to reflect the fact that the chair shall ensure the preparation of the agenda for each board meeting. Item 4E, pertinent materials. We've had this discussion before on whether items are or are not legally required and when things are posted. I believe that the library board, on most occasions, is posting things properly and not in fact violating laws. However, changing this item E here, we need to clarify this, as I don't believe this needs to be altered. And at the pleasure of the board and the chair, I wish to discuss this item further. Under item 4F, this here should have, I believe this item should be immediately evaluated and discussed, and this provision should be left alone. No changes of this is required to establish what is or is not a quorum, and that this board should see fit to leave that a minimum 3 out of 5 trustees would present a quorum. This legislation was failed at the federal level, and I believe that this board can leave that matter alone. Item 4G. Yes, I believe the director and his or appointed representative shall attend each meeting of the board. However, I don't believe that the director should be in charge of recording the meetings at the table of the trustees. And that would be an edit, therefore, of that item G. Item 4I, that the Pledge of Allegiance should be added to the bylaws as a matter of regular order of business. I'm not sure if it's after call of order or after roll call, wherever, if we could add that to the bylaws, so we don't have to ask for it every time. That was all at the pleasure of the board. I do appreciate that it was already taken into account. I know we've had lots of discussion on when and how public comment is allowed to be presented. And leaving public comment at the end, I don't feel is a harm, and I don't know why this board would, at the pleasure of the chair respectively, want to take that out. I'm not sure where these originally were coming from. And finally, I'd like to add items to the bylaws and the provision that might read something like this. The trustees shall ensure that the trustee manual is reviewed and amended yearly, not just the bylaws. So there's a trustee manual that I would like to be added to the bylaws, and it's in this packet that we all received. This trustee manual is outdated and antiquated, and I feel like we should add that to the bylaws so that we're ensuring that the new trustee manuals are updated properly, and that we could conduct new trustee orientation and training to any new board members that come on this board for the future and the legacy of the board. And that we should also add in the bylaws that the trustees and the board as a whole should tour each library during the calendar year in order to continually active in our community and visiting each library. This would also tie into the request to edit the bylaws that the meeting should be in fact changed to a county commission chambers. And that would tie into the library trustees touring each library once per each calendar year. Sorry, no, that's all. I'm not sure if I was supposed to call for
No,
you're gonna discussion.
I think we're gonna do a little bit more board member comment, and then I'll do a little bit of a breakdown. And then and if you would like, more than happy to go through all the recommendations, and then we could discuss each one. I'm not sure if you have a mock-up with you with some of these changes.
I didn't have it written down. The pleasure of the board. I'm not sure how to discuss these revisions. And if I could just reiterate the editing of the bylaws, I'm not sure. Sorry. I'd like to know where the authority was given to change these bylaws, and who was given the authority to alter these. And I know it was started in a previous board, but looking forward into this new board and who's here now, besides the revisions that I think are being made, this would be the point of clarity on these edits and things like that.
Understood, and thank you. I'm just gonna answer just a quick question, and then we'll go ahead and do the board member discussion. So on the bylaws section, this final section, section 4, letter L, the annual bylaw review, that's where it gives us the authority to change the bylaws as needed. Again, board members, I know that the board has switched up significantly since I started. And the reason that they weren't approved in the July or June board meeting, and I might have that wrong for the record, was because I said, or we as a board said, let's wait until the new board members get here and before we finalize some of these details, because we could have approved it. It would have been 3-zip. And, but I said, let's hold on, let's wait for the new board members. That way, if they have anything specifically that they want to add, change, we could have that discussion at that time. So these were reviewed, by the board at that time, but again, there has been a change up, in the board makeup. And again, more than happy to go through all of the, suggestions that you have, and then we can kind of discuss them as a board, which ones to approve and which ones to decline. But I know that board members here still have more, questions and comments, and so we'll allow them to jump in.
Mr. Chair, before we do that, can I just make a suggestion? This, for the record, Herb Kaplan, Deputy District Attorney. What has been provided to the public is what is in the record. Many of the changes that Trustee Jacks is suggesting has not been noticed to the public and is not before this board today. I don't want to revise the bylaws on a piecemeal basis. I would suggest that we table this item and actually get input from each and every one of the trustees as to what potential revisions that they would suggest, and then we can move forward on this item.
Understood, and with that, Gay Kaplan, are you suggesting that we table it now, or should I allow the, what do you believe would be best to allow the trustees some discussion, based on what they're reviewing? Because there might be some trustees that say that I don't believe that this needs any revision, so then our discussion just becomes with, Vice Chair Jacks and amendments that would be at a future meeting.
Well, at this point, nobody aside from Trustee Jacks was aware of all these pretty significant changes that she's suggesting. It's unfair to the public, it's unfair to the board to even discuss these changes at this point. I'm suggesting that we table the item immediately and we will address it once appropriate information has been provided prior to the meeting.
Understood. Gonna look for a motion from
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Silver, please.
I want to commend Trustee Jacks on her comprehensive review of the bylaws. I think it's very commendable. I do agree with our attorney. You had a lot to say, and I wanted to take thorough notes, and I would like time to reflect on why you are choosing those recommendations. I think that's fair for public comment, as well as our own internal review prior to, I mean, I couldn't write fast enough.
Sorry.
It's okay. You did a great job. I just think, in the spirit of transparency, bylaws should be reviewed by the public, and I think, or allowed to be commented on by the public, as well as the board, and I don't feel in any way ready to internalize your recommendations and take a motion, yay or nay. That's all, but I did want to commend you for your thorough review of them.
Understood. Thank you, Trustee Silver. Trustee Rogers, please.
Chair Perez.
Please.
Chair Perez, I'd be willing to make a motion.
Oh, can I make one discussion first? I just wanted to see, for future thought, why are we able to have meetings at the Washoe County Commission office? Is that something that is even possible, or can we change that in the bylaws?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't restrict this board so specifically about where you should meet. Traditionally, the board does travel around to all the libraries, so it allows an opportunity for the trustees. It forces them to go to all the libraries, and you can see all the library staff and all the changes. And I think that in the past, it leads to trustees being a bit more engaged. If we just go to the council chambers, you may never step foot in the library. And I think with trustees, it can be really challenging that if you don't have people engaged at all at the library, because a lot of people are here just to rubber stamp and don't do anything and don't do any work. And that's a common issue with boards and commissions throughout the county, not necessarily county commissions, but like nonprofits, that sort of thing. So we do want to caution not to restrict the trustees. The goal here is try to make it where it's clear what your roles are. It's easier to make your meetings done, get your meetings in your business done, and making sure you're engaged with the library. So that's all we're trying to do. This has obviously been before this board many, many times. So we do want to make sure we get it right, but if you're making significant changes, we do want to make sure it has legal approval before it gets to the board at the very least. So.
Ready? I would make a motion to table this item, item 6E, to the December or January meeting of the Board of Trustees. That discretion left to the chair and the director to determine what agenda would be more suited for this item.
Understood. Gonna go ahead and look for a second before we got discussion. I know that this is an action item. We will get the public comment, but is there a second?
Second.
Second, I do want to just put this on the record. When we put on the recommendations by vice chair, I also want a copy of this set of bylaws because I do want to see the difference. Because we might not take every single recommendation based on that was given. And so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to public comment regarding the bylaw revisions. Is there any public comment? Please keep it up.
Sorry, to clarify, Chair, we're doing public comment on the motion to table it, or is it public comment?
I don't think you need to, I mean, if you're just tabling it, you don't need an action item.
DA Kaplan, go ahead.
We're just tabling it, right? Is there even no?
I can speak, Mr. Park, so please don't correct me. Don't correct me. Do not interrupt this meeting.
Please.
You have.
Point of order.
Keep them out.
DA Kaplan, please.
I don't believe we are required to have public comment. The chair has the discretion to remove an item from the agenda for no reason whatsoever.
Anyway.
Understood. So we're gonna go ahead, remove this item from the agenda. We will have another opportunity at a future meeting to discuss these bylaws. So I don't think that public comment is needed at this time because we will have a good full round of comments next time.
That was only to table.
Understood. So we don't,
We
so
can take
Trustee
that off the
Rogers,
table.
you gotta withdraw the
I'd withdraw my motion.
yeah, withdraw the motion and I will just table this item.
Okay.
I was gonna get there.
So gonna go ahead, move forward to agenda item 6C, review and approve collection development policy presentation by Debbie Steers, Library Collection Development Manager, for possible action. This is an action item.
All right, for the record, I'm Debbie Steers, Collection Development Manager. Many of you who have been in the room have heard me speak a lot about how we choose to purchase materials for the collection. The policy we're bringing forward is a revision of our policy that was last updated in 2010. And I'll just touch quickly on some of the changes that have been made to the policy. First and foremost, really pointing to those foundational documents. Our old policy did not point to the First Amendment as one of our foundational documents in our collection development policy. So we wanted to make sure that is front and center of how and why we build the collection that we do. We also articulated some specific selection practices. Our goal is to be completely transparent, engage in conversations with members across our community about how we build our collection and how it reflects our community. And so in the 13 years since this policy was last updated, wanted to articulate some of the things that we do in our everyday practice. So that is looking at national sales trends. We provide a list of the review sources that we use, especially we quite often hear from self-published authors who are interested in the library carrying their books. And I frequently say, you know, we look to editorial reviews and professional publications. So we've enumerated what those publications are that we look to. Availability at wholesalers. With the increase in self-publishing, there's quite a distinction between what is carried by major national wholesalers available to libraries Purchasing from Amazon is, laden with lots of difficulties and unsuccessful transactions. And so, want to make it clear that when we can get things available through our wholesalers, we're much more likely to purchase them than if it's only available through Amazon. And then the reconsideration process. The old policy allowed groups to challenge an item, and I will distinguish, I know there's been some concern about our books being banned, how do we refer to things? The process when a community member comes forward and says, I have an issue with an item that is in your collection, is a challenge. If a board or library takes action and removes that item or moves an item to a different location, making it inaccessible to users, that is considered banning the materials. And so you have a banned book display. When we talk about banned books, the accepted language in the field of libraries is that restricting access to users is a form of banning books. It's not, can you buy it at Barnes and Noble? It's, has the government made a decision to restrict access to this material? So the new policy removes the ability for a group to bring that forward. It becomes an individual who comes forward and requests to have an item either moved or removed, and limits that to Washoe County residents. This library is built by and for Washoe County residents. We do make materials available to users from other communities, but we are here to serve Washoe County residents. Another change is that we articulate that because books and other materials are evaluated as a whole, one of the criteria for asking that access be restricted or denied is that those bringing forward that challenge have read the entire work. And we ask if they have looked to professional reviews of those works and to cite those reviews that they have. The new policy also articulates that any item undergoing the review process will remain in the collection and available during that review process. And Assistant DA Kaplan helped create language that looks at what would an appeal to the Library Board of Trustees look like? What would that formal process be? So in summary, if somebody fills out that request for reconsideration, the director responds to it, and the user has the right, if they disagree with the director's decision, to appeal that to the Library Board of Trustees. I'm happy to answer whatever questions. I will give a little background. It's the policy looks quite different. The previous policy that we had was last updated in 2010. It had undergone several changes, and so we have a policy review committee within the library made up of folks across the library system who met. We brought in, we searched across the country, what are best policies, what is the ALA guide in terms of best practices for policies, what are other libraries, what are leading libraries doing, and had multiple conversations about how do we want to take the goals of what we've always tried to do and clean it up and modernize and ensure that all users have full access to materials.
And Ms. Sears, I want to start off by thanking you for your service to this county. This is not the first time you've given a presentation. I know this is going to be a policy implementation here, but again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Trustees, any questions for Ms. Sears?
Yes, through you.
Please.
Well, let me ask a question to Mr. Kaplan. I want to be consistent. We just tabled proposed changes to the bylaws. I'm seeing, well, I saw it before, but are we not asking to table this for public comment as well? Or are we being asked to approve these underlined changes to the collection development and management policy inconsistent with what we previously said about the bylaws?
Let let me hop in really quickly. What you have in the packet and was posted, with the packet is the new policy. Immediately following that is the old policy. So everything has been made available to the public, where we wanted folks to have the opportunity to read both the original policy and the new policy side by side before coming to the meeting.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. So I assume you did not receive public comment of any kind in objection to the revisions?
There will be the opportunity for public comment. So we have provided a proposed policy, and as it moves to public comment, folks have had that proposed policy side by side with the existing policy, and can make public comments.
Let me chime in because I think there's some confusion with the underline and the blue. I think those are just links. This policy, like Ms. Sears said, is an entirely new policy. The old policy is in your packet. The blue does not indicate changes, it indicates links.
I want to make sure that all board members are comfortable, moving forward before we even think about moving forward. Trustee Jackson, you were about to jump in.
No, Mr. Chair, I just second what, Chair, Silver is saying. Sorry, Trustee Silver. So, so this is the first time that we're seeing this, correct? Is that this policy? But, I didn't know any revisions on.
To me that it was a new policy. It doesn't say updated, it's just an inclusion. So I think there is confusion. And I would prefer to wait on deciding on this matter.
Mr. Chair, to Mr. Kaplan again, I'm not trying to create confusion, I'm trying to get clarity. And to be consistent and transparent. It wasn't clear to me, certainly not with the blue. It wasn't clear to me what was new. I understand now what was old. But I think not trying to delay anything, but in the spirit of allowing for public comment, which we seem to be doing or asking for on this item, we did not ask for it and tabled the item proposed by Trustee Jacks. So I'm just, maybe you can clarify for me the procedure. Thank you.
Dan Herb Kaplan for the record. What has been provided to the public, unlike the bylaws, is the new policy. In addition to the old policy, we didn't just take the old policy and revise it. It's a new policy in its entirety. And if the board doesn't feel comfortable moving forward, then you can pull this item as well. It's the board's pleasure. I feel confident that there is sufficient notice of the new policy as well as the old policy, which indicates the changes from the old policy to the new policy. But if the board does not agree with me, that's for the board to determine, not for me to determine.
Chair Perez.
Please, Trustee Rogers.
If I could, I have some questions. I, for whatever reason, made the connection that this policy was last updated in 2010. This was put into a new format, and that what we see on this top is the new proposed policy. So thank you. My questions are a couple under selection, Ms. Sears, on number 5 on duplication of materials. Can you give me an example of that? I'm just curious on when we get into esoteric and technical works, that you wouldn't duplicate them, but where else would those be in the community?
The biggest example.
Sorry, can you?
Well, that was a big question.
On 5 of the new one or the old one?
The new one.
The new one.
Yeah.
So for example, we are a popular materials library. We don't purchase textbooks. So, it is not uncommon that we get a request from a school saying, or a parent saying, oh, I'd like the 8th grade biology textbook for my child. We get lots of requests from university students who say, I don't want to spend $300 on this textbook. Would you buy it for the public library? We view those are missions of the school district and the university system and not an effective use of our resource.
Good, thank you. And then under number 8, the selection again on number 7, where you talk about gifts and unsolicited materials and citizen suggestions, that you're saying that you're using the same policies, principles, and selection criteria. So if someone comes to you with a gift, and I'm just using, I'll say a commissioner comes to you, a county commissioner, and says, I want to give you something. Am I understanding that's where that falls?
That's exactly where it falls. And my conversation with folks is, folks who have heard me talk know I love to accept more money for the collection, but we follow these same rules that just because an item is being donated, this especially comes into play with self-published authors who say, oh, I know you may not want to buy my book. Let me give you my book. We use the same criteria. Does this book belong in our collection? Whether the book is being donated, whether somebody is offering the funds to pay for the item. It is these principles of how we choose things that drive everything that we add to our collection, whether we pay for it with library funds or it's donated.
And then my last question would just be, in your presentation, you alluded that you no longer take group requests, but just individuals. What was the nexus, or what was the thought process of why not groups and just individuals?
It is because we have individual users and want to be able to connect who is the person who's bringing this forward, giving them the opportunity to, and especially as you see, as DA Kaplan outlined, what does that appeal process look like? That becomes very muddy if you have a group doing that rather than an individual. And you can't determine, does a group does a group belong to Washoe County, or is it a group from outside?
And again, that was just an update from the 2010.
Exactly.
And then my last comment would just be, I think we heard earlier on the forum, and I would concur with the public input that I would like to see that the request and all of our documents at a minimum be branded and have some substance to it other than just the name, number, the pertinent information, which is important, but to have some sort of brand and some sort of tie to the document, that it's not just kind of hanging on at the end.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Moser, for the record, I wanted to see that it says that materials are withdrawn from collections, but it doesn't state the decision making behind that. So I just wanted to know a little bit more about that process.
Sure. I've done a board presentation about that. There are industry standards about how do you determine when an item has lived its useful life. We've worked with outside vendors to get some guidance in how do other libraries do this. And then there's the CREW method, which comes out of Texas, which is a whole handbook about determining, they have an acronym for musty. Is it stale? I'm forgetting all of the different things, but there are several criteria. Is it outdated? Do you have lots of copies? Especially that we're in the position that we've seen a 40% increase in our materials budget after many years of being woefully underfunded. And so our instinct when our budget was tight was we held on to things forever and ever and ever because we didn't want our shelves to look empty. And so what happened was you could hardly find the new books that we were adding to the collection because they were overwhelmed by books that folks had looked at time and time and time again and chosen not to select. So We're more conservative, even though we've had a 40% increase in our budget. We still are cautious about determining how long does a book sit without anybody checking it out before we determine that it's dead. It's at a minimum of 4 years of nobody checking it out. And based on the training we've had, our audit committee that just reviewed our selection process, they, spoke to using ALA practices, and those trainings. And I have to say, we're on the conservative end. We hold on to things longer than what's often recommended.
Just wondering, is there any data on the amount that is going out versus that's coming in?
Something going out versus coming in.
Yeah, what's being withdrawn versus what's being collected.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide you the numbers every year of what we've withdrawn versus what we've added to the collection. And then, of course, there are items that, you spill your cup of coffee on and it becomes unusable and are withdrawn. So we look at things like how long has it been since it's checked out? Did we buy, the Patrick Stewart has a new memoir that just came out that's wildly popular. Let's say we bought 15 copies of it to meet initial demand. A year from now, we don't need 15 copies on the shelf anymore. And so we'll look at what is the current demand for it. Maybe we only need 9 copies on the shelf and we'll withdraw 6 of those copies. So we don't have a whole shelf of Patrick Stewart books, just at one branch. And then looking at things that are damaged.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it to the discretion of the board if they want to table this for further review, or if they're comfortable making a motion and making this action item, so then we can take public comment.
I would just like to be able to see more clearly the differences that exist. I wasn't aware that these were 2 separate documents until just now. So I would personally like to be able to go through, or if we can have, if you provided to us the changes that exist between the 2 before moving forward.
Sure. Oh wait, we don't need a motion to table.
Understood. With that being said, I'll table this agenda item. Go ahead.
Chair Perez, let me ask,
Please, Messrs.
or maybe it's DA Kaplan. Do you want me to articulate those differences, or does it fall to the board members to read and determine for themselves the information provided in the packet?
I can't answer that.
Sure,
There's a new draft policy and there's an old policy. Maybe that can be relayed in the agenda item itself. But aside from that, I don't know what more we can do to clarify the differences without reading both.
Trustee Rogers, please.
Chair Perez, to Director Scott, I guess I would just say, if we are going to table this, then I would ask to be very clear for staff to have direction, is that we come back with the draft policy, with the old policy, and then possibly something in a format of a staff report, very simple, in terms of what changes, what are the highlights? I mean, and show the changes from previous 2010 to draft today, outlined in a one-page staff report that could give the board, I think, real clear direction on where we're going. Is that?
Yeah, we can put that in there. I mean, the point of Debbie being here is that she provides that clarity. So it is incumbent on the trustees to read the packet and understand what the packet says before the meeting, so we can't really put it in front of you any further in advance than we have. So the trustees do need to read the packet and so make sure that we're not wasting staff time here.
I just want to say that I did read the packet, but it wasn't clearly labeled as different. And so I would just suggest more clarity in the agenda in the future. And I do think that we deserve some sort of narrative in the changes.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I may comment as well, I just want to say to Director Scott, I also read the entire packet, and for whatever reason, and I read a lot of bylaws and a lot of data and a lot of information, I was not clear either, and I was confused by what was underlined and realized it was a link to something. I mean, I should have been savvy at that, but I was not. I don't think the changes are profound in any way, but I think like anything else, when you're asking us to take action on something that deserves some amount of public comment, it would be good if we felt we were apprised of the changes and could fully listen to any objections that might come from the audience and be able to take them under consideration.
Ms. Sears, please.
So that is, I will let you go on because I'm up here for the next policy as well.
Perfect. Perfect. We're gonna go ahead, just to be clear, we're gonna go ahead, table agenda item 6C. What I'll ask from director is, a narrative as well as just, I guess putting, maybe draft or something like that. So that's what I'll request. So gonna go ahead, move forward to agenda item 6D. This is review and approve interlibrary loan policy presentation by Ms. Sears, please.
There was the one added sentence, that supplying institutions set fees and charges for items not returned or returned damaged will be assessed, those fees will be assessed to the individual user. Just to clarify that, as part of the interlibrary loan agreement, we have to agree that if we borrow an item on behalf of a patron from another library and that item is not returned in good condition, that we are responsible to pay the library whatever fee they set. It is not unheard of that patrons don't like that rule. And we just want to make it clear in our policy that we will first pay that to keep the library in good standing, but that the user who lost or damaged the item is responsible for reimbursing that payment.
Understood. Thank you. Trustees?
Question, Chairperson?
Please.
Mr. Stearns, so one of the questions, when we talk about interlibrary versus intra, I'm assuming, is there a single global contract with all of the participants, or is it individuals with the participating libraries?
There is a worldwide clearinghouse that we subscribe to and agree to follow those rules. And so we get things, we try to limit it to the United States. Every once in a while, we get something from Canada. We get really excited when we get something from the Library of Congress because that's just a whole geekiness that library folks are excited about. But for items that either are out of print and we can't purchase to add to the collection, or are so esoteric or expensive, or don't meet a demand threshold that it makes sense for us to try to purchase it, then we try to meet that user demand through interlibrary.
So as I understand it, what you're adding is just the fees and charges that we're stating that they would be responsible to the end.
Yes, and to make it clear, because we as an organization in recent years have really moved away from penalizing patrons. We used to, if you returned a book and it looked like it was damaged, we'd have a frank conversation with you and try to charge you for the book. And we realized, these items really are consumables. We expect that they are going to wear out and not last forever. And that we were spending a lot of time and resources on trying to recoup money that really wasn't justified. So this is just to distinguish, while with our own items, we're very accommodating and understanding. If you lose another library's item, you need to pay for it. So.
Board members, if there's any further questions, or if there's no further questions, gonna look for that motion. But actually let me open this up for public comment. Thank you, Ms. Sears. Public comment. On agenda item 6D, review and approve interlibrary loan policy, excuse me. Mr. Parks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Parks for the record. I think it's a great policy. Hold people accountable. If they actually do damage a book, they should pay for it. If the book is overdue, there should be a fine associated with that. The way it's been my entire life. Whenever I checked out a book from the library that I used when I was growing up, if I didn't get it back on time, I incurred a fine. And if I didn't pay that fine in a timely manner, well, I lost my library privilege, as it should be. But I would caution this board to make sure that what constitutes damage is very specific, not subjective. Don't use any ambiguous language in your policy. Because when you do that, you open yourself up. You don't need that. Make sure there's specificity. As a previous speaker informed us all tonight, putting bookmarks in a book, I don't believe damages that book. And I would challenge anybody to show me how a bookmark, now I have very specific bookmarks that I use. I read a lot. But yeah, they could damage a book. But I would never use one of them with a book that I don't own. However, a slip of paper is a bookmark, damaging a book. Oh my gosh, was that book withdrawn from circulation? Was it damaged so bad that, it had to be replaced? No, that's why I caution you. In your policies, please be specific. Now, I agree. If the book is damaged beyond the point where it can't be in circulation, you broke it, you bought it. The way it should work. Please be very specific.
I have a question for Mr. Parks.
That's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
You and I will talk. And Mr. Chair, I would like to cover into your time and we conclude with if that's possible. Thank you.
Name for the record, please.
Michelle Holt, for the record. My public comment is also specific to this item because Bruce Foster, a Washoe County resident, with a library card was denied any kind of appeal process from this board of trustees. He repeatedly emailed Jeff Scott and the trustees and others regarding having his library card yanked. And why was it yanked? Because he put slips of paper, was it six slips of paper in a book that was full of naughty stuff in the children's area. What was on those slips of paper? Scripture. So apparently scripture is far worse than what was in that book. We're not going to remove the book, but we're going to remove Bruce Foster's ability to check out a book because he put slips of paper, 6 slips of paper in a book. And Jeff Scott's email to Bruce Foster was, the book is damaged beyond use. The book is damaged, and because you have damaged one of our books, you now have your library card yanked. That's what Director Jeff Scott does. Okay, and he works in the dark, apparently with Debbie Steers, because Debbie just got here and said, hey, this has all been received public comment, it's ready to go, it's done. No, none of us have given public comment on this change on the item 5.6b. Nope, that was not size 5.6b, whatever that was. So anyways, that's my public comment. It kind of echoes Bruce Parks. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to say ditto to Mr. Parks. Yep. But I also want to say Valerie Theonacker for the record. I would like to do a shout out to Ms. Steers. I have found her to be one of the most likable, decent human beings on the planet.
Here, here.
We don't agree on most anything, but we can carry on a conversation for an hour without slinging names.
Yep.
Without without killing each other, and we still like each other, I think. She does a great job. I think she probably should be your PR person instead of your good elections person. Just saying.
Thank you.
Maria Meyer for the record, and I also want to address the comment about, Debbie Steers made, and did all that. You're a lovely, gal to sit and chat with and have good conversations, but, her comment about, damaged books and collecting fees for that, and although it's no big deal, but Mr. Foster got his library card pulled for a year. And the policy, the conduct policy noted was number 5, damage, destruction of library property, including but not limited to mutilation, mutilation, furniture, or adjustment, something, I can't read the last word, is prohibited. So, but it doesn't say anything about putting slips of paper in a book, warranting having a library book, library card taken away for a year, and Mr. Foster deserves a hearing on his appeal on this item, because there is no basis for that removal of his library card. Debbie Steers' comment about damages to books, and it didn't seem to be super consequential. I'm sure it's a sad day when a library book is lost, but that's not the case when it comes to Mr. Foster. So I would ask you all to consider hearing his appeal.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, Janice Jones for the record, and I think I'm gonna reformat my question to Mr. Parks as rather a suggestion. I think what's missing, if what happened to Mr. Foster stays intact and in place, what's missing is that you need to make an addition to the policy that any piece of paper found in a book henceforward will be deemed a bookmark, and the borrower shall be punished to the full extent of the law. There we go.
William Butcher for the record, and I just wanted to say, I want to get that Patrick Stewart book. I'm a big success. I would just advise the board this: defacing the book today could lead to burning tomorrow.
Donnie Pruitt is my name, and I'm a retired librarian. And I just wanted to clarify that we're not talking about the policy of people paying fines and losing cards on books that are damaged that belong to this library. This is an interlibrary loan policy that's being changed. And it seems totally reasonable. And the other libraries would be the ones that would decide whether a book is damaged and charge the person, or in this case, the library. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Janice Smith, real quick. You can call us book burners, but it's not gonna work. Let's try.
Please, point of order. So we're gonna go ahead and look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rogers?
I would make a motion to approve the updated interlibrary loan policy and approve it as of November 15th, 2023.
Thank you. Gonna go ahead and look for a second.
I second.
Got a second by trustee Moser. Gonna go ahead and take it to a vote. All those in favor, please signal by saying aye. Any of those opposed, please signal by saying nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Sears. We're gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 7, reports, library financial report and donations by Director Scott and Development Officer Jimmy Hemingway. Non-action item, and the rest of the items on the agenda are going to be non-action.
Thanks, Mr. President. So we have the financial report. So this represents our gift funds, which is in the purview of the board. So it has information about the first quarter donations as well as all the financial changes in that quarter. So you have some significant donations by, Better World Books, Lisa Davis and Deepa Lely. You also have a couple of grant pass-throughs, which is Friends of Washoe County Library Senior Tech Program. That was an ARPA grant that was awarded through the City of Sparks ARPA program, program specifically for technology for seniors. And so go down to the financials. I'll try to make that. So these represents the gift fund lines that are in the library, and it shows the changes in that time period. So all told, you have to the bottom $364,000 in the gift funds, and so all change in the last quarter is about $10,000. So there's a couple of gift funds in there that are sitting. I'll point to the G Senior. That was a donation by the Kaiser Trust, and that's specifically to go to either the Senior Center Library or to Senior Services. So we're waiting to see with the Senior Center if they're going to renovate it. There's a Senior Center Library in the Senior Center on 9th Street. And so if they're going to renovate it, then we'll probably look at other improvements at that location. But certainly $100,000, that's more than enough to make improvements at that location. So we're going to look at the other improvements we can do, specifically targeting Senior Services and meeting the obligation for the donation. Other than that, nothing really significantly to point out.
Understood. I know the trustees may have some questions. Was that the end of your report?
Yeah, that's it for that.
Trustees?
Sure, Perez.
Uh,
If I could,
please.
Director Scott, through you. Thank you, Director Scott. This starts to paint a picture. I think we could, and again, this is my prerogative, not the board's. I think we could do a better job in terms of the layout here. This looks like on the donation list. I mean, I can glean the information, but I think we could maybe provide that in a little bit different format. This looks like this letter that goes out, or some sort of letter that goes out. Or is this just to the board?
That's just to the board. This is
Okay.
basically a write-up of the donations in the quarter.
Okay.
So
And
we
then-
can change that however you want it to look.
Okay, and then, I mean, I think that at least paints a picture for cash donations. Then on the gift totals, what I'm seeing is this is something that's pulled out of SAP, that's dropped into a
Correct.
spreadsheet. And, some questions in terms of, obviously, I can go to the net, the 10,000 that was spent during the first Q1. But I guess on some of these where, I mean, I'm going back in my history to see some of these line items. I mean, I'm gleaning some former commissioners.
Right.
Or cash donations that were given years ago that are still sitting with some funds in it. Were those earmarked for certain things, or were
Yeah,
they?
the majority of that was expended in that item line. So it's $10,000. All that's left is about 800.
Okay.
We can probably look to expend the rest of that. That was intended to go to the trainer. So we can probably, get some more furniture, get some more books for that location to make sure we close it out.
Okay, and maybe it's just a sit down going through it, but I think, like, say, I'm seeing some of these numbers here, but the idea of if it's just sitting there, what are the plans to spend it or not spend it?
Right.
And kind of glean this into another kind of spreadsheet that looks like, kind of the net, like say the 10,000 that was spent in the Q1, but then also kind of what's sitting out there that's really expendable. And then maybe coming forward from staff with wish list or some ideas of, what we could use that for. And I think you kind of alluded to that.
Yeah, most of this is within, unless it's above $10,000, will be in the purview of staff to spend, depending if it's obligated. So some of these have obligations, such as items that are donations by the commissioners, so the special gift funds or designated items. We'll try to expend that within the year. And there's other items that are sort of branch gift funds, and those are sort of rolling. So you see some of those, for instance, at the G Sparks, the G Springs, that's for Sparks Library, Spanish Springs Library. And that's the gift funds they've accumulated with either someone privately donated to the library. You have the wishing wells in all the locations, and also people using the book sales that are available, and that money going directly to the gift funds there. So you have some significant totals, and that goes directly back into that branch. So they can kind of have that discretion as long as it goes above $10,000. If it does, that goes for the board for approval.
Okay, no, I get that. I think, like I say, just on maybe the account, we can maybe just kind of put something in there that gives it an identity that is beyond the GS or the GL account.
Yeah, we can do
is
that.
pulled over. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Understood. Thank you, Trustee Rogers. Trustees, any further questions? Trustee Moser?
I would just like to see something that looks more like an activities statement, where we can see things like salaries and just the entire funding. And I will bring this up later, but I do think we need some sort of committee for budget and finance, since the library does not have an accountant. We should have some sort of chief executive officer, I think. And I've asked for these reports, an activity statement for the last 3 months, and I've yet to get them. So this is something that helps us see, but I don't see the full picture of the library budget, and I'd like to see that.
Right, the point of this report is to show what's in the purview of the board. So the county is actually, county budget is managed by the county.
Okay.
So the county has a budget department and they have auditors and they manage that. The board does not manage that account.
Okay.
So there is oversight in those accounts. So I can put that together, but the problem with putting that to the board is that it'll have a lot of line items that we don't control and doesn't make sense to anybody.
Okay,
So like if you have like a nonprofit, you have the earnings going out, you see where it's going. For a county department, you'll have a lot of pieces in there that won't make sense that I'll have to translate. And I've attempted to do that when I did the June report, showing you, here's the budget, here's how it breaks down, without getting into the weeds of the details of that. So I can work with you to put together a report that shows that, so you can see that, but the county budget isn't the purview of the board, and it's not your responsibility either.
Okay,
So
that's fine then. I still would just like to see in comparison of our expenditures year after year in comparison. This would be good if we could see last year's and where we stood.
Board members, any additional comments? Not seeing any. I don't think I'm missing anything. If I'm missing anything, please stop me.
yeah, Jamie, did you want to add anything? I wasn't sure. I was kind of. Okay,
You got it.
okay, great.
Okay. Gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 7B, library statistical report by Director Jeff Scott.
So this is the first quarter statistical report. One thing I'll point out as far as the comparison in this report is that a year ago, you're looking at a post-COVID recovery. So these numbers are going to be higher. So it's not an apples to apples. What I would compare it to more is a pre-COVID numbers. And so what you're looking at here, especially when you look at the branches and the circulation. You have some of the high marks, such as South Valley's has 25,000 circulations. In the past, 20,000 was probably the average for the branches. And what we saw during the COVID spike is the change in how the library is being used. So previously you had physical collection was the highest thing, and you had DVDs and audiovisual materials being the highest thing. So you'd have probably like 20 to 25,000 circulations per branch. And then the digital collection as a whole per month was 40,000. So at this point, it's actually the digital collection checkout is almost the entirety of all the physical checkout. And we also, I pointed out last year, was that we had an 80% drop in DVD usage. So DVDs, music CDs, audiobooks on CD have dropped significantly. So you're seeing that change in how that looks. And you see that impacting more specifically with downtown Reno and Sparks that were heavier DVD users. And so what we're seeing is that the physical circulation is going up. We're seeing the digital collection go up, but we're seeing the audiovisual go down. And so that was a trend we started to see a year ago, and that continues to do that. So overall, we're above as a whole as far as physical circulation, but if I compare it to last year, it wouldn't give you a good picture. So at this point, we're just going to do the quarter, and you can see there isn't a lot of movement quarter to quarter. You're having basically a change of maybe 1,000 circ per quarter, and that's pretty consistent with what we're doing. And as we go forward, what we're going to try to compare it to is that pre-COVID, post-COVID, we want to be in that recovery period. So South Valley, as you can say, is probably in that complete COVID recovery. They've recaptured the circulation and the usage pre-COVID. You're seeing the walk-in business not as high as pre-COVID, and obviously you have changes in people's patterns, and that happened with COVID, where we weren't having full services all the time, and so getting people back into the library and back into usage. You're still seeing the circulation there. You're still seeing the foot traffic there, but it's not as it was pre-COVID. So it's basically reestablishing people's patterns of behavior. You see that, for instance, in the events. People go to events like Storytime, they go every week. because that's a good time for their toddler to go. It's a good time for them to go, and they get in that habit. If we had to cancel a story time, it'd actually be a major disruption to the people who have basically put the library in their pattern of behavior, which is good. And so we're really trying to reestablish those patterns of the behavior. And if you went to the Nevada Library Association conference last week, there's a good presentation about trying to get people back into the library post-COVID and try to make sure there's something that's available for people. So we're seeing, for instance, like virtual attendance is dropping off. People aren't watching that as much. We're looking at probably wrapping that up. Physical attendance is going back up. So it's a matter of trying to getting people back in and making sure people are aware of the library. Our in reach for people who are the library patrons are good. We need to continue to do good work on doing the outreach. So any questions on the physical checkouts? And I'll point out to the physical digital at the bottom. That bottom right corner is not correct. It inadvertently added the physical and the digital together. So that should be closer to, I think, 225,000 as a digital. So still a significant amount as a whole. It's not above the whole physical circulation, but you're seeing good numbers with that. And you can see the graphic on the right there.
Thank you, Director Scott. Trustees?
I can move to the other parts. Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah. This gives you the checkouts by branch. You can see comparison month by month. Well, there's very little variation with that. And the bottom here, we also included new library card registrations, so about 10,000 for the quarter, which is great. And then we're also looking at numbers with book kiosks. The bookmobile is not operational yet, so once it becomes operational, start to see those numbers come up. We do have good homebound delivery, so we're looking at 112 for the quarter. So the senior staff has done really great doing the homebound services, getting them established. And the kiosks are getting really good use. So we have the Sun Valley kiosk, we have the Cold Springs kiosk, we have the Incline Village kiosk, and those get really heavy use. Library staff, the leadership team gets a daily report on circulation. So you can see for every branch, whether it's a full branch, if it's a locker, if it's a kiosk, we'll see the circulation that day, which is great. And it's always good to see how we're doing. But it's always great when you look at that report on Veterans Day when we're closed, we're still getting circulation because of the kiosks and other things. So really great to show we're open 24/7, even during the holidays, there's services available to the public.
Chair Perez, just through you to question for Director Scott. So will that be a data point in future with the kiosks in terms of a line item that we'll be able to see as those are implemented to see what the numbers are on those?
Yeah. Okay. You'll start to see a comparison as we go forward.
Okay.
The kiosks are going to be new, so there's not really a good comparison. We'll just start to see that. Yeah, we'll start to see that pattern. So again, we're looking at a post-COVID recovery. So all these numbers are going to be significantly different from a year ago because we're just getting kind of back open to the public and getting there. I was looking back at an old strategic planning forum I held, and it was in a mask, and I'm like, that was weird to look at. And it's like, that was like August 21, and we still have mask mandates in place. So it's still fairly new that impact the library services. So welcoming spaces, this is the walk-in business. So you can see month to month, 56,000, 60,000, 54,000. So it has fluctuation with that. This is significant. Is one of the things to look at is you have people summer reading program, then you have people back in school, and then getting information for school. So that has an impact with that going back and forth. People are probably going up a little bit higher in August. They're getting books for school. They're getting books for their homework, things like that. You have reference interactions as well. So those are pretty steady month to month. So not a lot of variation there. But again, we're trying to get those numbers back up. Usually you saw an average 10,000 per branch. So you're starting to see some of those come back up. South Valley's exceeded that. Sparks has exceeded that. You're going to see some of the other ones hit that mark probably in the next quarter. So this is Wi-Fi computer usage. Something to note that's significant with this is that the total Wi-Fi usage exceeds the total public access computer usage. So that's a trend we saw back in 2016. I remember when I first started working here, doing a tour of the libraries, and you can see most of the public access computers packed. When you go to the South Valley's library, we had a computer that we put in sort of a something that conceals it, so we can't look at what you're looking at. So it's sunken in. Looks kind of like a Pac-Man machine, like in the old pizza joints. And so people were using that to put their laptops on at South Valley's to demonstrate, well, no one really needed the public access computers, and the numbers were so down. I actually asked the branch manager, are we closed? Is there something wrong? It's like, no, people just aren't using them. So you're starting to see that trend change where heavy Wi-Fi use, you have a lot of hybrid people still doing hybrid work, still doing remote work. people coming in, we have high-speed internet that we implemented just a couple months ago. So you now have 1 gigabit internet in all of our branches. So it's a really attractive place to come in, use your laptop, do video calling, things like that. Use one of our Zoom rooms that you see over here, and you can kind of get your work done in the library. And that's what we want to make sure people know, that there's a resource for that for workforce development. If you have things you want to take care of, you can take care of at the library. You can be in the children's area doing work, watching little Jimmy running around. So you're seeing that trend with Wi-Fi usage being much higher. And so one of the things we look at long term with computer use in libraries is that it's kind of like the computer use at home. It used to be we had a computer room, or you had an office, you had a desktop, it always was in there. Now it's you have the laptop, you walk around from thing to thing. Everyone saw that during COVID, you can walk down your room. And so those rooms are changing to not being such like an office unless you need the quiet space. So as libraries will also make those changes in public access computers, you'll probably see a reduced footprint over time. And then maybe some Wi-Fi hotspot checkout or laptop checkout. You do some after school work so people can use a Chromebook in the library. So we're looking at programs like that to implement to complement this kind of program. The workforce development. So this goes to the meeting room users, and this also includes I think the Zoom rooms on the bottom. Or is it? Yeah, that's the next one. So this is the usage of meeting rooms. So you're seeing a really high usage. I think it's one of the things that, again, pre-COVID, you're having people can make the reservation online, which is great. We implemented that, I think around 2018. So that increased our usage, but definitely post-COVID, you're getting heavy usage. And so we do get special requests from people saying, do you have any space in the next week? And it's like, not going to happen. We'll have to like be open late or do something special for you to get meeting room space, but it's really at a premium. And so, it's free, which is great. But it also has a lot of advantages for people to use. I think even with our library staff, when we do staff day, it's a challenge for us to find a venue that can just fit 150 people to do that. And so you have downtown Reno, you fit 104 people. A lot of these meeting rooms like South Valleys and Spanish Springs, the doors open up so you can see easily 100 people in those rooms as well. And so that's a really good advantage for people having events, people having work meetings, doing presentations. We can have a high capacity, and we're all over the county. So it's a very attractive thing to have for both the county and also individual residents as well. So we're seeing good usage of that. And you can see month to month, there's not a whole lot of variation by branch. One thing I'll point out with some of is that the meeting room is at a premium. And that's one of the things we wanted to really take advantage of with the Zoom rooms, is that you can have a meeting room in the library without doing construction. So you can see the Zoom room behind over here. This fits 4 people. It's fully connected, it has power, it has air, it has electricity. Close the door, you have total privacy. You can have a 4-person meeting room right there. And that's something that's really been in demand. The phone booth ones we have that get some usage, and I think South Valley has a lot of usage on that, but generally having the 4-person room is really the thing that's really needed. Northwest Reno specifically already has study rooms, and they're always full to do that. So having the Zoom rooms coming has been great. I'll show that stat here in a minute.
Chair Perez, quick question for Director Scott through you. So on the meeting room, just curious, and I see where Northwest has a high use, but low attendance. So who's the primary user?
That's the study room probably factor.
Okay.
So it has you have the big auditorium, or not the auditorium, but the big meeting room.
Right.
But they also have individual study rooms. I think about 2 study rooms that has like 5 people. So they'll have, those are in heavy use, but then the number is just always going to be 5. So it's going to throw off your total number per usage.
I made the nexus. I made an assumption on the nexus with South Valleys and Spanish Springs because they hold the cabinet.
Right.
So
right.
that's probably why those are.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, that's a big meeting room, but it's always the study room. So Northwest has that. They're very coveted to have those meeting rooms. Downtown Reno also created a meeting room that was before the board, I think a number of months ago, where they created the Truckee room. And that's the old fishbowl room that used to be the old Storytime room and the children's area. So Christopher Ryan, the branch manager there, did a great job renovating that space that's reservable, because that's one of the things is that it's great to have the big meeting rooms. And some people just need like a meeting of my team of like 5 to 10 people. And then having that downtown has been really great. So that gets really good usage too. So just go into the Zoom room, and anytime you have questions, just pop in. So there's a Zoom room. So again, it has both the 1-person and 4-person rooms. That's not broken out. So you can see good usage. I would point out probably you're having better usage in Clinton Village, North Valleys, because when we did the first round of grants, they got the 4-person rooms at both those locations. So you can see their popularity right away. Incline Village and North Valleys both have limited space, smaller locations, don't have study rooms, and they also serve they serve a large geographic area. So Incline Village serves the entire Incline Village area. North Valley serves this area, and of course, further north, this is the only library serving that region. And so it's been really valuable to have that space. This has been a popular program. The state library even has a new program, a grant program they call the Zoom Room Grant. I would like to think based on our program, but so they have those available for libraries. They can apply specifically to get Zoom rooms for their locations. So it's been really beneficial for that. And this is fairly new as well. This is probably just the last calendar year, 2022, we first did it. So you won't see a whole lot of changes to that. We start to see more of them come online. You'll start to see more stats with that. It won't be apples to apples because it'll just generally increase as we go over time. So school support is school outreaches. So doing outreaches. So most of that, some of this includes the summer reading program. So school's not in session yet. And we typically don't go to schools until after they're kind of in and settled. So we'll start probably seeing that more in September and in the later months, doing more outreaches for the schools as well. So we do regular school visits. The way our school outreach is done, it's done at the branch level. So you each have sort of a range of schools that you're responsible for and to make relationships with those schools. And so the school librarian, the teachers, the principal, we make one-on-one contact with them to make sure they know we're here, we're available, and we have that in person. So the kids come and we do the outreach to the school. Like North Valley does an outreach to the school here. They come to the library. They're like, oh yeah, I know John. I saw Pam, and they make that personal connection with that, and that makes it very valuable for that going forward. So we'll probably see that number start to go up as we do more outreaches. It's been a bit of a challenge in the last year up until now to get into the schools just because they're having a staffing crunch. So they can't always accommodate us doing an outreach to the schools and doing programs for the schools. Typically work with the school librarians, and because they've had staffing crunch, we're not able to get in as effectively as we were, but that's starting to change. So we're going to see those numbers change soon. We have in-person youth programs at each location. So you can see the number of programs, attendance. So you have pretty good ratio, 10,000 on the quarter for the whole. So you're getting really good attendance for our library programs. We're definitely seeing, I think, good praise for a lot of the branches that are doing extra effort to kind of do the baby story time. That's a fairly new program. That's not like a high attendance program because it's for babies. So you probably get 5 to 10 with there. You don't really get a whole lot of babies in there because it's kind of, you don't get a quality program if it's too high of attendance. But I commend the staff for basically implementing these new early literacy and baby story time. It connects really well to our early literacy initiative. Starts really early, but we also have that program where we're in Renown, where every child born at Renown is available getting a library card upon birth, which is great. And so having that and having the baby story time, we're really starting very early to make sure they're kind of in the ecosystem of libraries and education in the community. And then you have the virtual youth program. So you can see those numbers are pretty down, and it looks like we're probably going to close that out at some point. It's nice to have them. We have a good library of all the virtual youth programs that we did with COVID and forward, but there's not as much of an interest as people want to go in person. So lifelong learning, adult outreaches. So this is specifically again to the branches doing their outreaches. Not a lot of attendance, not a lot of outreaches on this for adult outreach. We're mostly trying to look at change to doing some of the senior outreaches and focusing on that. So that's a county initiative, library initiative. You see that with the homebounds. We do a lot of sort of in-reach with the adult programs because you're starting to see that with our senior fairs that we've done in the last year. And so that's more reflected in the general library room usage. But we're going to see probably some numbers start going up. We do more of the outreaches for the adults for lifelong learning. And most of the target with lifelong learning is for seniors, and make sure seniors are aware of the library. So we have in-person adult programs. So good attendance for those, obviously not as high as the children's program. I always say anytime we do anything with harps downtown, it's going to be gangbusters. I don't know if you saw the history of Pecan Punch. I think it was over the weekend, and that had capacity, 102 people. I think the interesting thing when we do these partnerships with harps is that it always is timely. It's a historic program, but it's always timely for solid reason. It all comes back around. So we did programs before. We had a lot of the flooding, and they talked about, and we had a time that we talked about the drainage system in Reno that's been really historic. And they did that program like the day after we had that massive flooding. So that was room capacity because it's definitely relevant. But it's something that the community already wants to know more about, and it represents the community, and there's pride in the community. I don't think pecan punch was tested, and they didn't have a tasting program, so it's something we could look at down the road. But certainly you can make it yourself, and make sure you're sitting down when you have a swig. So the Celebrate Diversity is kind of like the same as the youth program and events that we have. So a lot of the programs that we do, regular story times, include diversity elements in there with early literacy lessons as well. So those numbers will all look pretty much the same. We promote the library, so this is a lot of the marketing that we do. One of the things I'll point out to this is you're looking at the total recipients, and you're looking at the opens, you're looking at the click-through rate. So there's a high percentage of opens, so you probably have a third of people who get the emails, open the email. Your typical click-through rate is about 2 to 5%. We're looking at probably 30 to 33%. So people are looking at subscribing to our email newsletters, which is great. They're reading the new email newsletters. You know, they're getting a lot of information that way. The social media reach is going to be challenging for a couple of reasons, mostly because we're going to rely more on Facebook and Instagram, with Twitter changing the algorithm and referring to as X now. We're seeing a drop off on usage with that, just because there's just been so much changes. There's the user base is starting to drop. It used to be something that was really popular because you used to go to the Twitter page without having to be logged in, and now you have to be logged in to look at that information. And so we would take advantage of a slow news day. The news that a journalist, broadcaster would go and look at our Twitter page and like, what's going on here? Oh, there's something. I'm going to go grab that and do that. The Facebook page and Instagram, because of their algorithm, it doesn't always pop to the top, and it's hard to find that and navigate that. But Twitter used to be a lot better for getting this sort of like, you had a Veterans Day display, I'm going to go do a story on that. And so we're still getting those, but it's like not as frequent as we would like because we're not getting that out there. So that's something to look at for social media reach, as well as what's going to kind of replace that going forward.
Mr. Chair, through you. Mr. Scott, in terms of outreach, I just want to recommend that the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce get your newsletters so that we can include it in our weekly chamber briefing. It goes out to over 6,000 email addresses, and that's one way, since the library is a member of the chamber, we can do further outreach for you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
One question I have, just thinking, I noticed that a lot of the attendance for Duncan Trainer is low and the programming is low, and I just wanted to see what's the story behind that.
I can look in to see why that number is down. I know it's hard. It's a little more challenging for us to do programming in Duncan Trainer because it's with the schools, so we're limited to the open hours, which is only 3 to 5 or 3 to 6. We used to have some weekend hours that we did, but the attendance and that was also low. So it's always something to look at with the Bird Eye Duncan Trainer, since they're partnership libraries. We only have a really small window to do programs and events. I think with Duncan Trainer, we only had this is like, I think, are you the youth one or the adult one? Is that the youth one?
Well, they're both very low, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll look at that and see what we're doing with Duncan Trainer. We'll see with that. So we're getting low attendance and low programs. So we'll look and see what we can do with Duncan Trainer to make sure we're getting good attendance with that. Focus on that. We can do that.
Trustees, any more additional questions?
Yes, I have a quick question, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Scott. Regarding the meeting rooms, the uses, are the meeting rooms considered uses for story time? So all the whole calendar is the meeting room for baby story time, all of them, is that considered a use for the meeting room?
No.
No.
The meeting rooms are separate. Those are non-library programs.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That's it.
Understood. Not seeing any additional trustee comment. Gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 7C, North Valley's library presentation. This is a non-action item.
Jonica Bowen, branch manager of the North Valley's Library, for the record. Thank you for coming out, everybody. Glad to see you all. We have a lot of slides, but we should be able to go through them pretty quickly because I think Jeff actually did a lot of the work for me. Hopefully what you see reflected when we get the slides up will be some action shots of a lot of what he talked about. And while we're getting that ready to go, I will acknowledge this is our 50th anniversary of service to the community. 1973, we opened in the Stead Airport area. The building was just torn down, actually. They were cleaning up their campus a little bit. We've been in this spot since 1988, operating in various capacities. So this will get you up to speed a little bit. I recognize we have a lot of new board members who haven't had an opportunity to be here. So happy to answer any questions at the end that you might have about our service. So Jeff, if we go ahead and move forward, you do see our cowboy there though. I'm hoping when we do expand to a new building, we get to take that cowboy with us. We're kind of known for that. We like to embrace the culture of our North Valleys area. And I think he does a good job of that. But you do see the front of the original building that I just mentioned at the Stead Airport. So we've come a long way since then. We'll keep going forward. So like to celebrate our welcoming places. Our library really builds community, just like all of our other sister branches. What you see here is Tan. She's a library assistant too. Over the summer, she had some high school students from North Valleys High School who had been coming in daily during their free periods. She built a relationship with these students, and upon graduation, they were so excited to come in and show off their regalia, and they took photos together. Just a really inspiring and great moment. So we love to have that connection with our community. And we can't do that. Nice job, Jeff. We can't do that without our team members. And this year we've had the pleasure of welcoming several new team members to our team. We've also had some promotions on our team, looking over here at Steph. But Pam Larson has rejoined us as a librarian 1. She was with us a few years ago and we're glad to have her back. Stephanie has joined us as a library aide, as well as Nicole. We have not had library aides staffed at this location, like many of our other locations, in several years. So we're just enjoying getting to know that job position again and see how that can benefit the community. And then Bailey just joined us last week. So she's real fresh. We're excited to have her library assistant too. In addition to the rest of our team members here, we have a nice, great team that welcomes the community. We have implemented some new services out of North Valleys, so we're excited. You guys have heard me talk about this before. The library to go kiosks. We launched 2 in late May of this year. What you see here is the one outside of the Sun Valley Neighborhood Center. We already have some really great statistics for circulation from this unit. It's available 24 hours a day or as long as the park is open. And that inspired us to keep going. We were able to install another one at the Cold Springs Community Center. We ran into some challenges with some frisky people up there who had some different thoughts about it. So we learned from our mistakes in that one, and we were able to recalibrate. And rather than abandoning that community, we found a good partner, and we just last week installed a companion unit that looks just like the machine you see here. It's inside the Cold Springs Family Center, and it's been up and running for 5 days straight. And we've had, I think, already about 8 circulations out of it. So that's just really tremendously exciting. We're really thrilled by that. I did not expect that. So that one's been installed. You see behind me here, our Zoom room. It's being propped up by my colleagues, although it doesn't need to be propped up. Some of you, I think, have even used it tonight, which is fantastic. And I think in the statistics, you'll have noticed that we've had a lot of really good usage. Here at North Valleys, because of the type of community building that we are, and it's not a traditional library building, as you can tell, we don't have better means for public meetings and meeting rooms rentals like some of our other locations. This was a really good solution for us, and it has become immediately popular. People are using it almost every day, a couple times a day. It's really been successful. I heard the request from Trustee Moser at our last meeting, and I was excited knowing that you were going to be here because we do have one of 2 Nevada Legal Services supported legal kiosks. It is literally right behind me here. I invite you all to come around after the meeting if you'd like to take a look at it. I don't want to keep everybody here super long, but I'm happy to demonstrate that for you if you have any questions. It has gotten immediate use as well. I don't have statistics because those statistics don't go to me. They do go to the partner that sustains and provides this equipment. But library staff do make sure that people know it's available to them. It provides free legal services with vetted sources through Nevada Legal Services. So instead of going onto Google and looking for a legal form, finding the first thing that comes up that looks really great, maybe you spend a couple of hours trying to put personal information or work through this document, and at the end, they want to hold it hostage for a fee, which is very common, very frustrating to people, and most people aren't going to be able to pay that fee. This will remove a lot of those barriers. So it's been a fantastic service. The other one is also located at our Incline Village Library. Then I'll try to speed through these. Over the summer, we launched some new events, and we've had some really great successes with popular events. We are in that rebuilding phase. Our foot traffic is not what it was before COVID, but our event attendance is starting to steadily go up, as is our circulation, and we're really excited. And I think that's really supported through these popular events. One of those was working with the Northern Nevada International Center to welcome refugees and new immigrants to our community through their Welcome Blanket project. And you'll see some examples of that on the wall. These are quilts that were made by a library team member. As an example, we taught people how to crochet, knit, and sew with this program. That was in response to community feedback. They wanted to have programs that they could learn how to do these skills. We have several avid knitters on our staff here, several people who are great at sewing, but we feel a little weird just being paid to sit around and knit. So we found a good constructive way to teach people those skills while doing something good for the community. We will be continuing this program in the winter. Our STEAM area is this big green wall behind you directly. This area was built in our remodel in 2016, and it has just flourished ever since. What you see here is just interactive fun, play, and learning through manipulatives that we have available to families. They come in, they know exactly where those materials are, and they go straight for it. And these kids were just having a blast getting to know one another and with that collaborative learning experience. We did introduce a new program called Crafternoon. That was in response to a failing program that just kind of had run its life cycle, which was our coding program. So we do this twice a month, and it allows that creative outlet, family bonding, artistic expression, all those important foundational learning tools for families to come and do, and this is for anybody of any age. The escape rooms. We have had a wild success with escape rooms. If you haven't done this, I've never done an escape room. It's an experience, it's a trend. People are doing this out in the world, and it's expensive. If you have a family of 6 people or more or less, each person has to pay to have this experience. Our library assistant, Libby, put this together. We launched with the Yeti Escape Room, following a successful one at the prior summer reading program. I was just shocked by the equity that we managed to create with this program. Families can come and have this experience for free, and it's a quality experience. So we transform a little space in the back of the library that otherwise is a storage room to have this experience. So I think, Jeff, if you move forward, I might have put all of those in there. We did a Yeti, Find the Yeti. 1973, the Godfather movie won the Best Picture at the Oscars, and we opened the library. So in honor of that, we did a Godfather escape room, and that was also quite popular, a lot of fun to do. And we'll keep going on that one, Jeff. And then also, we needed to escape the 70s in celebration of our 50th anniversary. Built a disco floor. We had a lot of music playing, and had to, guess the inflation prices. It was a lot of fun. We will continue doing these, and I believe our Incline Village Library is also running Escape the Yeti, which should be a lot of fun out there in the snow this year. Mystery Sleuths has been a long-standing program for us, many decades. Coming back out of the pandemic, this is an adult-oriented book group. They read mostly mysteries, And we have seen the largest group of people come and attend this on a monthly basis. Really shocked me. We haven't had growth of this program in attendance in a long time. It just shows that people are looking to connect and bond, and they're coming back out to do that. So we're super excited about that. Bingo night has also been a hit. Last month, we do this the first Friday of every month, all ages. We have a great grandmother who comes to win prizes. She saves up those prizes for all her great grandchildren. We have people that are young people learning to count, learning to spell. It's a great way for them to bond and make friends. And so we do this. It gets really wild in here. And in the last month, we managed to use every single bingo board that we had, which I was shocked at as well. Usually about 30 to 40 people show up for that one. It's a lot of fun. Cultural programs. We do this throughout the year with our partners in the community. This was with the Washoe tribes. This program went around to various libraries this summer. And just a tremendous cultural program, really being able to bridge that gap and bring access and experiences to our families up here in the North Valleys. This one was awesome too. So again, harnessing on those skill sets of our staff members. Miss Pam Larson, who's in the crowd here somewhere, she's gonna hide from me. She doesn't like it when I call her out. This was, I think if I had a highlight this year outside of the escape rooms, for me, this was where I had the most professional growth. Pam is an experienced seamstress. She's an experienced teacher, and she developed this program to invite young adults, age 12 and up, to come and learn how to sew. We used maker equipment from our quad down at downtown Reno. People brought in their own sewing machines. Parents came, stayed in the room. They did some of their own crafts. Pam literally taught them how to use a machine, how to design. Most of them did hats. We had a few ambitious people who did more. They completed over 2 weeks of their spring break, which is phenomenal because most of these programs, you ask them to keep coming back on a break, kids aren't going to come back. They've got other things to do. It really speaks to the quality of programming that we were able to offer in this experience. I think they were all young ladies. All of these young seamstresses and learners were able to have a fashion show. I think, Jeff, if we continue, I think we have a picture of the fashion show. So people came, their family came, they were able to model their wares. Most of them are wearing their hats that they made. Following this event, we had a family come back maybe a month or two later, and Pam wasn't here, but I intervened and they said, we want to see Pam. And I said, well, she'll be back. He said, well, we want to show her what we made. I made an outfit. So they took this skill home with them and carried that forward and continued learning. So this was just tremendous. What I learned from it was how to work with children and how to teach them. So I really had a great opportunity to learn from a colleague who had a great skill set, and it was dynamic all the way around. This is a understanding systemic racism discussion with Professor Greta DeJong from UNR. Again, one of those collaborative programs. This event was also at the Northwest Library, and I believe a couple of our other branches. Just another great example of the diversity of programming that we offer. Melody of China. This one was a live. We love having music here. Anytime we can get music in the building, we do it. So again, another beautiful cultural and artistic program that was available during the summer reading program to all of our families. And we also hosted our very first Rainbow Fest with our Center of Reno. We were lucky enough to have one of the outdoor fairs along with the indoor drag story hour. We were also able to feature diversity in storytellers by hosting a drag king, which we were really excited about. It was a fantastic event. Retro video game night. If you love retro video games, come out this week. We have our second iteration of this hugely popular event. We've been scraping together television sets, old school style, all the old games. Families come out, they had bonding experience. Parents my age get to talk to their kids about how much they had an influence from video games growing up. It's really great to see the families come together and be able to relate over something like that. So we're doing that again this week. Grandparent story time. This was a really great one over the summer. Grandparents came in specifically invited to come with their littles and enjoy a craft and special storytelling.
And so that was one of our special kind of highlighted stories, story time events. And this one's coming up. I always love to put this in November when I see you all. If you haven't come out to the Reno State Airport to see our partnership with them for the Santa Fly-In, you're missing out. This is a free family-friendly event. It was initiated back in 2017 by the North Valleys Library, Washoe County Library System, and the Reno State Airport. And it has grown tremendously. We have several partners with this event. It is an outreach. We do a heavy lift by reading stories to families throughout the event. Santa and Mrs. Claus will fly in. They deplane. People get to go up. The kids get to meet Santa and Mrs. Claus. We provide crafts from the library that are guided. And then we also help as Santa's helpers and provide donated children's gently used materials, not library books, gently used donated books to the children to make sure that we're getting hands filled with books for the season. So it is a fantastic event. We do have that coming up in December. We'll be promoting that as well. So we'd love you to come out and check it out. Very cool. Other outreaches, Jeff talked about these, so I won't belabor it. We've been doing Head Start outreaches, different school outreaches. These are just some action shots so you can kind of see that and how it looks. Some of the thank you letters that we love to get, signing up kids for their first card at back to school nights and classroom visits. This is a fantastic one. This was a new system-wide outreach, but the North Valley staff did take the lead on pulling this one together. It's World Refugee Day with, again, our partners, the Northern Nevada International Center. So you can see several new Americans here getting their library card or experiencing maker events. And that was fantastic. We did that at Idlewild Park, I believe. No. Miguel Rivera. Miguel Rivera Park. And this is more of that outreach. Our own chair, Perez, was able to come out, and actually he let us know that this event was going on. So thank you very much. And he and Pam were able to go and perform a trunk or treat with the city of Reno just recently. Fantastic event from what I heard. I didn't get to go. I'm very jealous, but it looks like it was a great event. And then we have renewed our partnership with Sierra Nevada Job Corps. So we're reaching out to those students and teaching them STEAM once a month. We go out, do hands-on STEAM projects. These are students usually ages 16 to 23, I think is their cutoff. They do have to meet below poverty guidelines in order to enroll in the program. They learn a trade as well as earn their high school diploma. It's not even a GED, it's a full diploma. They come out ready into the workforce and move forward with their lives. And we're honored to be able to work with them. Seth actually goes, I'm going to point him out here. And I think this is the DNA candy strands that they made. So it's been a really worthwhile outreach for us. What's next? So in at least as far back as the 1940s, Washoe County Library System had a bookmobile. We had outreach services. Ironically, that service was known as Extension Services, and it had a little footprint down at downtown Reno Library. When they determined they needed a library up here in North Valleys, they dismantled that service and put it out at the Stead Airport. So this branch has a close tie to our bookmobile historically. They operated the bookmobile, then that passed along to other branches throughout the years, and then the recession hit and we did decommission those vehicles. We are so excited. We were hoping it would be here today, but it's getting that fancy wrap put on it as we speak. And I hope to soon have that open for a show and tell for you guys, or an open house as soon as we can get it on the road. So that is coming next. We'll be managing that as our next big thing out of North Valleys. So I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Please.
I just want to thank you for all you do and all you're doing.
This branch has come a long way. I've been here as manager since 2016, about the same time Director Scott came on board. The first thing I did was walk in the door and find literally carpet that was held together with book tape, not even just duct tape, it was book tape. aging furnitures and fixtures, and I said, this can't work, and, my years in libraries taught me don't ask for big things because they're probably gonna get a no answer, and I just kind of took a risk and I said, we need to do something about this, and the first thing he said was go do it. So against my better judgment to change everything immediately through the door, because that's just not good leadership, I said, I got permission, I'm gonna do this, and over the years, we have eventually come to this outcome, which is a fantastic community library despite the odds.
Well, I mean, I think it's incredible that with less space in an older building, you're able to do so much with such a terrific staff, and that's a compliment to all of you. A young man who works for me said he was raised in this library. That's a testament to my age and his age, that he spent every single day after school here. So he wanted me to check it out and say
Hopefully
hello
we'll pass
to
the
this place
test.
for him.
Yeah, 50
Thank
years
you.
of service, it's
Yeah.
a long way to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Librarian Bowen and Trustee Moser, I'll let you go next. I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Ms. Larson, for coming out and decorating your trunk. There's thousands of kids at that event, City of Reno, some UNR, and we're giving out so much candy. Toward the end, we're only giving out one piece. Those poor kids. But again, thank you so much for that. And another highlight that I want to put out there is the Sun Valley pre-K visit. Again, part of the strategic plan, our North Star, right, is making sure that all the communities here in Washoe County have some representation from their library, right? And so again, I want to thank you for being proactive, and I don't know if between you guys and Spanish Springs, if you take Sun Valley under the wing, but thank you. And then again, great work with the Job Corps and everything that's going on with the STEAM program there. Trustee Moser, please.
I would just like to echo a great job. I think it's very interesting. This is the only library I've seen a partnership with the Northern Nevada International Center. And I just was curious, was that from this library's branch relationship building, or how did that become a partnership?
We did have some benefit in that existing and prior staff had some even personal relationships with the International Center. But during the summer reading program, we did put out the welcome blanket as an option. And so I certainly don't want to say that we're the only ones. All of our branches were invited to help either in their own way, either teach those skills or collect the materials. We did get donations from across the library system through the summer of completed quilts, lap blankets, things of that nature. We will be inviting the folks who patronize the Northern Nevada International Center to come out after our next winter program and be able to come and select their blankets. So that'll be the next big event that we have tied to that. And a lot of those blankets came from our colleagues. Many of them are in this room right now. So yeah, certainly not a solo endeavor at all. We have had a lot of support on that.
And also just how are the legal kiosks going?
Tremendous. I don't want to speak for Incline Village, but I think they've had also a great turnout. But we almost immediately have had people start using it, even just the simple thing, they think it's one of our other library computers that they can do other, games or whatever on it. We say, no, it's a legal kiosk. It's meant to just help you complete these functions. People grab onto that right away and almost immediately have started using it. It's been really it's helped us too as professionals, because there's a lot of things that legally we're not qualified to answer, but we are here to help bridge that access to that information or reliable sources. And we can feel confident knowing that those resources on that machine are going to meet those needs for people. Really helps us be able to do our jobs better. So it's been really fantastic. I am here at the end if you have any questions. Feel free to.
Librarian Bowen, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one comment. I know that Trustee Jacks hours ago, I think, mentioned in the bylaw changes, she had proposed mandatory visits to libraries. I've not yet thought about that, but I would like to know when the trustees can join various library events and help or assist with them, much as you did with the trunk or treat. I would have never known to participate in that, but I think that's a great use of our trustee time, not just touring a library, but getting involved in events that libraries are doing. So that's something I'm totally in favor of. Just a
Yeah,
comment.
you can email me or email some of the branch staff,
Great,
anyone, they definitely would love that, it would help.
thank you.
And, okay, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and move forward to agenda item 7D, book team report. KUNR on the shelf, on the kids shelf partnership presentation by KUNR and Rebecca Reed, Jennifer Cole, Mela Garcia. Non-action item, please.
Good evening, everyone. If you're like me, you're probably ready for bed. My name is Melissa Garcia. I go by Mela in library land because in the 70s there were lots of Melissas going around. So I go by Mela. I'm joined today by Rebecca Reed and Jennifer Cole. We're all librarians of the system. And we have the pleasure of introducing this very feel-good project collaboration that we have with KUNR. We delivered this presentation recently at the Nevada Library Association conference and entitled it Increasing Community Awareness Through Radio. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the backstory as to the impetus for this project. So I was born and raised in Elko, and I remember being a kid and my mom shuttling my siblings and myself around. And every once in a while I would hear on the radio that something at the library was going on. Now, it must have happened enough for that to have stuck in my head all these years later. And so fast forward about 35 years when COVID happened, and suddenly we were scrambling to find ways to connect, to keep connecting with our patrons, despite the closures, despite the halt of the in-person programming, all of these challenges that we were presented with. We took up doing virtual story times and live Zoom events at that time. And I know somewhere we have like old bloopers of our virtual story times. They would be really worth watching at this point. So anyway, it was back in those days that my brain went back to that memory of being a kid in Elko and hearing about the library on the radio. So I knew of a staff member who works at the South Valley Library, where Jennifer is, who has a family member that works at KUNR. KUNR is the NPR station housed at UNR. And so I asked library leadership for permission to perhaps investigate a potential collaboration with KUNR. And because our library leadership is very supportive and open-minded, I was given the green light, and I was able to connect with Noah Glick. So I was quickly put in touch with Glick, pictured there. That's me and my son. And so a small group of us met in February 2021. Mask mandates still in force. You can actually see a little white mask on the desk there that Noah took off for the photo op. We're in the recording studio there. And so we had a meeting in February 2021. And we're trying to figure out what we might be able to do. And Noah was very enthusiastic about collaborating with community, getting community voices. And at that time, with virtual story times, we were really making sure to be careful to honor all the publisher permissions and all of that. So when we would read a story online, we would have to make sure to have all the appropriate permissions and then take it down by a certain amount of time and all of that. And so we were thinking, what could we do that would not involve the publisher permissions, that we could still connect families, kids, and kids with the library and books? So we came up with sort of like a pseudo story time, and it was called On the Kids Shelf. So On the Kids Shelf, it began airing actually pretty quickly thereafter. From February to June, we were already airing. So we got in there really quickly with Noah and started recording these segments. And you'll get an example of one of those later with the components. The On the Shelf segments geared towards an adult audience, those began airing just a month later in July of 21. Okay, so why do the segments? Well, aside now that the worst of COVID was behind us, we wanted to keep going with what was a really popular
and well-received collaboration. So being on the radio, we're able to continue to provide that readers advisory and book promotion. And also our strategic plan cycle, the 2022 to 2025, this project actually works to meet 5 of the 6 initiatives, which I think is pretty notable. So stimulate imagination, it's about connecting people with the collection, promoting the library, we do school support, lifelong learning, it's for all ages, and we celebrate our diverse community. So the KU&R producers, like I mentioned, Noah Glick was our original collaborator. We can't thank him enough. He is now with the Sierra Nevada Ally. After he left, Michelle Rivera came on board. She is the on-air host and content producer now, and she continues to work with our staff the same way that Noah did. So our staff will go to the studio. Sometimes staff will send in a recording. So for example, the Incline Village staff, they will email the recordings to Michelle and she does the magic later. But Michelle works with our staff and coaches us. We record the segments with her. She provides us that feedback, and then she does all that post-production magic that we could not do. And there's Jennifer sitting with Michelle in the studio. So with that, we'd like to play for you Michelle's voice. She could not be here, but she wanted to say something about the project. Okay.
Hi, I'm Michelle Rivera, a host and producer at KUNR Public Radio, based in Reno, but also serving the Eastern Sierra from Susanville to Bishop, California, and as far east as Elko and Eureka, Nevada. KUNR is an NPR affiliate. NPR is an independent, nonprofit media organization working to create a more informed public. We carry shows from other NPR stations from around the USA and the world, and we provide local news coverage to our listening area, and sometimes to other NPR stations across the Mountain West and the globe. A growing portion of our work is also translated into Spanish by our bilingual reporters. In addition to the news, we produce arts coverage and segments devoted to sharing enriching experiences for listeners. That's where the library comes in. KUNR has been working with the Washoe County Library System librarians and administrators to offer book recommendations for adults in a segment called On the Shelf that airs Mondays at 6 and 8:42 a.m. and at 3:48 p.m. On Tuesdays at those times, we bring our listeners a segment called On the Kids Shelf. Librarians from Washoe County Library System share their favorite children's books, songs, and activities aimed at helping parents and guardians encourage literacy and those lifelong learning skills that encourage kids to develop an interest in reading. Librarians write their own segments and come to KUNR studios to record them with me. Then I add sound effects when possible, or sometimes music if appropriate. And the library system hosts the final segments online so that everyone can enjoy them anytime they might like. Some of the segments even share stories and songs that aren't in English or Spanish and appeal to people of other backgrounds and cultures. And we get some wonderful feedback. One older listener called to see if we could mail her the list of books. Not everyone's online. And in my view, our program's good for librarians too, who develop their public speaking skills. But I want to be clear, we don't look for these segments to be sterile or perfect. We feature the beautifully real and authentic human voices of our librarians and other community members, sometimes talking, sometimes singing, in key or not. What's important is these segments spark an interest in stories and books and literacy. I hope you can check out the segment sometime, on air or online. And thanks for all your work to keep people reading. It makes a big difference.
Okay, so
Hi.
So a tiny bit more about the On the Kids Shelf segments. They are similar to the On the Shelf segments in that they are both 2 minutes of airtime, about 300 words. What's really impressive is that there's an estimated 65,000 people that listen to KUNR per week. So that's a really, really huge reach. KUNR has affiliated translators as far north as Susanville, out to my hometown in Elko and Eureka, and down to Bishop. So they've got a really, like I said, wide reach. And next
let's see, are on the kids' shelves. They air 3 times a week. We currently have 10 staff members contributing to those. Our segments are, again, they're targeted at families. There's always a book suggestion, picture books mostly, but we also feature early readers, juvenile nonfiction, and juvenile fiction. There's always some kind of family engagement or interactive component as well. So a song or rhyme or riddles or games. Not all of our staff are down with singing on the radio. And then there's always some kind of early literacy tip or learning extension. And just to give you, go ahead, Jeff. Just to give you an example of what these sound like, we have a great segment by Miss Lisa that is Eyes That Kiss in the Corners.
Hi, I'm Lisa from the Washoe County Library System, and this is On the Kids Shelf. May I ask you about your eyes? Are they blue like the ocean? Do you have hazel eyes that change colors sometimes? Are they round, or do they kiss in the corners? What about your eyelashes? Are they long and flowing, or are they short? In the story, Eyes That Kiss in the Corners by Joanna Ho, a young girl notices that her eyes are not like everyone else's. Her eyes are like her mom's, her ama's, and even her sister's. Their eyes glow like warm tea, crinkle into crescent moons, and are filled with stories of the past and hope for the future. They are beautiful. Sometimes we're so quick to point out our differences that we don't always see the things that are the same. So, may I ask you again about your eyes? Do they wrinkle when you smile like your mom, dad, or grandparents? Everyone's eyes tell a little story, but I would love to know the stories that your eyes can tell me. And I hope you love yourself from head to toe. Lila, will you sing Heads and Shoulders, Knees and Toes with me? Sure. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Inclusion matters while reading. It is so important for children to see themselves reflected in the stories they read. It is also important for them to read stories that differ from their own, which will promote curiosity and help to strengthen their empathy and kindness. If you would like more information about supporting early literacy at home, visit our website at washoecountylibrary.us. Thanks for joining us today, and happy reading.
So we love those little cameos when we can get them. We love to incorporate them with this. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Becca.
All right, so I'm going to talk about On the Shelf, which is our adult segment, and I work on those along with Jennifer Cole, who's here with me. And those air on Mondays at those times, which Michelle Rivera also put in her segment. And I know I catch them all the time randomly or sometimes on purpose too. And it's just a delight to hear the different voices of our staff members. So these segments are a little different from the kids. We feature about 3 to 4 reading suggestions, and those focus on book news, genres, themes, audiobooks, resources, and sometimes hot topics. Most of these segments also feature a corresponding reading list, and Jen works to put those online before the segments air so that people can access the lists that go with the segments. We also post all of our scripts and segments on our library website so that staff can go back, or patrons, if they happen to catch in their car and they wanted to see what the book titles were, those are all available to look at. So we've got a really great segment from Jennifer. This is Edgar Award winners, and this is just really a great example of what we try to do, providing readers advisory on a hot topic.
This is Jennifer from the Washoe County Library System. Welcome to On the Shelf. Each year on January 19th, in honor of Edgar Allan Poe's birthday, the Mystery Writers of America announced the Edgar Award nominees in fiction, nonfiction, and television writing. Here are some of my favorite past winners. Bluebird, Bluebird by Attica Locke is set in Tiny Lark, Texas, where two battered bodies are found a day apart in a nearby bayou. One is a Black lawyer from Chicago, and one is a white woman who worked as a waitress at a nearby bar. This noir social thriller asks deep questions about race, justice, identity, and loyalty. In Before the Fall by Noah Hawley, a private plane carrying 11 people and chartered by kingmaker and media magnate David Bateman crashes off the coast of Martha's Vineyard. There are only two survivors, struggling painter Scott Burrows and JJ, the 4-year-old son and only living heir of Bateman. The story jumps between the aftermath of the crash and the backstories of the plane's passengers and crew. Before the Fall is a twisty thriller, but is also a keen social satire and a heartfelt tale of human suffering and connection. Gin Patrol on the Purple Line by Indian journalist Deepa Anapara is a novel based on the shocking number of children who disappear from cities in India every day. The bleak nature of this story is lightened by its precocious 9-year-old narrator, Jay, an avid TV crime show fan who investigates the disappearance of a shy schoolmate named Bahadur. Jay's warm, authentic voice brings hope and humor to this profoundly moving mystery. Find print and electronic copies of more Edgar Award winners in our library catalog and visit edgarawards.com to find out this year's nominees. Happy reading. This is just.
So originally this got started after the kids group started, and it was a small group of us. There were only about 4. Jen, myself, our director Jeff Scott was part of that group. And we quickly realized that this was a great opportunity for staff. So after getting started and realizing sort of what it entailed, we decided to go ahead and create a training to get more staff on board. Many of our staff were really intimidated by this process, the idea of being on the radio, writing something, hearing your voice, the fear of making mistakes. And so we really knew we had to get people on board. But that was really easy because going into the studio is such a great experience. The producers are so professional and helpful and give you great coaching and feedback. So now we have 11 contributing staff members who participate in these segments throughout the system. This has been just an overwhelming positive experience for our staff and the radio station. Learning about the process of radio and what goes into the production process, and just going through the writing process of writing a short 300-word segment that will be 2 minutes is definitely a skill. And our staff has really grown in confidence. It's been a lot of fun for them also, learning all of these different things. And it's also been a really great way to connect with our patrons. I know I do segments and patrons recognize my name. They're familiar with the types of books that I read. And it's been really fantastic for our staff and myself to connect with patrons on that level. We hear great feedback all the time from patrons who just really love the segment and love connecting with us in person after hearing us on the radio. All right, I'm passing it to Jen.
I think we have some slides out of order there, so,
Oh. Mr. Chair. I have a quick question. I listen to the segments all the time. I can't get the music out of my head. But is there a correlation between those productions and use of the books?
and I will talk about that shortly.
Okay.
I know, thank you so much for everybody's patience. I know it's been a long day, but this is a project that we're super passionate about, so I'm excited to share those numbers when we get there.
So this slide I actually put up mostly for our librarians in NLA, but we have a whole process that Jennifer and I work on to get our staff going. We've got a calendar that we correspond with the days they're airing, with certain holidays that are coming out, and we plan really far in advance to make sure that we have everything lined up to go with the radio station and our social media promotion. We have drafts, our staff submit drafts to Jennifer and myself. We review those, make sure we have the books in the catalog and that everything looks good to go. And then we have our staff schedule using Calendly to go in with Michelle Rivera. And then all of us have a monthly meeting that we do with the events coordinators, librarians, Mayla, Jennifer, myself, and we just like to touch base, see how things are, see if any changes need to be made for our segments and go over the upcoming month.
Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the social media promotion aspect of this. Posts are scheduled for Sunday mornings prior to segments airing to make sure we can notify our patrons who are following us to as to what to look for. KUNR is tagged in each of the posts, and links to past segments are included. So we kind of piggyback on KUNR's social media presence by tagging them, and then we always include that link. So if anybody wants to click that link and listen to ones that we've already done, they can do that easily. And we post on our 3 active platforms, which are Facebook, Instagram, and X. And here are 2 examples. The one on the right is a Facebook post, and the one on the left is an Instagram post. In the library catalog, as was mentioned, we also feature those titles and lists with the adult segments. Can you go forward one, Jeff? Thanks, thank you. With the adult segments as opposed to the children's segments, we almost always have a list that goes along with it. So not only those 2 to 3 titles, but then there's usually at least 20 titles of similar genre that somebody may be interested in if they had their interest piqued by the segment. So those are listed under the What to Read tab, which is our primary browsing category. The first thing that you see when you open our library catalog is that What to Read, and then we also have a secondary tab that is called As Heard on KUNR. So if you're specifically looking for that and you did a search, you would come right to that, and those are listed there chronologically, and we have a list of both the adult and the kids segments. I'm sorry, book selections, not segments yet. But then you can also find the full segments and lists by searching our catalog. So if you just searched KUNR, you would come up with these links to the segments. And then, sorry, I'm going to have you go forward, Jeff. Go and then click one more. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm talking quickly because I know everybody's really tired. So the full segment archives can also be found. So you, if you find those there, you can find a list. Then when you click in the list, it expands to this window where you have the sound file, you have the book cover images, and then there's a full transcript for accessibility purposes, and then plus lots of other links to other items of interest. So we use that to kind of further people's interest in other things that we may have provided, such as this one lists our Break with Baby and Early Reader feature. So if you're looking at on the kids shelf, those also might be something you're interested in. Yes, thank you. And
wait
so
for the voice break. So
yeah.
Sorry.
So then social media and website impressions and engagement. This, unless you're a social media professional, this probably doesn't really mean much to you. And these numbers aren't super impressive if you are a social media professional, but keep in mind that we do not do any paid or promoted posts. This is all natural people discovering this content without us putting any money behind it. So in those terms, these numbers are pretty impressive. And we do see increase in holds and circulations as to your question. Those numbers are a little hard to quantify because you don't really know how people come across those titles and whether they're attributed to the segment or somebody just happening upon the list in the catalog. But anecdotally, as somebody in my library who pulls holds, when I pull those holds, I noticed right away that those titles are appearing on our holds list. Also, as Becca said, lots of positive patron comments, which is that's the true testament of your reach, is when people come to you and say, I heard that, it was so great. Because it's really easy for them to just come in, get their library book and leave, but when they make the point to say that, you know that it's working. And then this last statistic, the as heard on KUNR browsing category gets 30 clicks a week on average, which, as I pointed out, it's not the primary category that you see. So it's something that you kind of have to be looking for. So that the fact that people see that and click on it 30 times a week is, that's pretty significant. And I think we're gonna skip the other segments. You can all go find that on our website. I highly recommend this one. It's really funny. Oops.
Sorry.
So we'll skip these, but we do, just suffice it to say, we all love doing them, and you can hear how much passion our staff puts into them. I encourage you all to listen to them.
That was cool.
We wanted to give a shout out to all of the staff who participate in this. They all do a fantastic job, and some of them deserve a special shout out because they do both kids and adult segments, which is definitely a skill. And it's just so great having so many people participate, and we really appreciate the managers having their staff do this.
Don't forget to mention Aurora Partridge. She was on it.
Oh, great.
Yes. Guess what?
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. She does a fantastic job. So it's just been a delight to work with everyone whose name is up there.
And hold on real quick, trustees, are there any comments or any follow-up from the presentation? I just want to make sure you guys have anything. Trustees, please.
I mean, I'm really tired, but you're very inspiring. I love the music. I love the book reviews. I have in my bag, my knapsack, a book where I list while I'm driving, hearing the books that, I think it's a great way to engage a different audience, maybe listening to the radio rather than reading, to read. So I think it's a great promotion of literacy for kids and adults. And the books are always very well reviewed. You know, in such a short time, the synopsis is great. So I really appreciate how hard you all work on these. I know it's daunting to do radio work, but I would like to know if you'd ever consider trustees recording something. I mean, I'm just looking for ways for us to engage even more. We talked about mandatory visits to libraries, but I think there's so many things that trustees should be supporting. And if anyone ever needs a break, you know, ask us to record something or do something and say we're a trustee of the Washoe County Library System. I think that's really important.
That would be fantastic. We welcome that. Absolutely.
Closer for the record, I just wanted to say I love this partnership. I think it's so out of the box and a great way to, like, as you said, engage people that normally maybe don't just live in or go to the library and look through books. It's a great way for people to get what is good and what is already been read and vetted. And so I think it's great that our librarians are growing in this way. I think that's great skill building, and I hope all the librarians sign up for it and get that skill building.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you so much. Perfect. Gonna go ahead and go to agenda item 8, staff announcements. Are there any staff announcements?
I wanted to bring up an idea. I think we should possibly think of having zones for Wi-Fi that are not just limited to library hours. If we could possibly discuss that as an item in the next coming meeting. And that's all for now.
Understood. Any additional staff announcements? Seeing none, we're gonna go ahead to agenda item 9, board member comment. Director Scott, did you get trustee Moser's
Sorry, I was talking about one.
did you get trustee Moser's comments?
It was the Wi-Fi in the spots. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, I was on the wrong agenda item, but it's to expand Wi-Fi to being 24 hours in certain locations for patrons to use even when hours of the library are not open. It's done in other states, and I think at key locations such as the downtown library, it could be beneficial for those who have jobs that need to get online before the library opens or closes.
Put that in the tracker. I'll verify that because I do believe it is on 24 hours unless there's a specific request not to have it on 24 hours. So I'll get a list and verify that.
I have a few more things, but I want to make sure the trustees jump in if they want to, or if they're good. Yeah, okay. So, oh, please.
Sure.
Vice Chair Jacks.
Good evening. For the record, Trustee Jacks. I do have a few announcements. I went to the 2-day conference in Carson City, the Nevada Library Association conference. Great inspirational items that were there. They also have a cowboy as their logo reading a book for the conference. And one thing that really stood out at the conference, which I wanted to share with everybody, is that there was this big movement with the Elko County Library System. They had a beautiful presentation. They rebranded themselves called the MyBrary. So Elko County did this great rebranding program where they really lifted the library up and promoted it in a beautiful way. They had an outside firm come in and do some training to the staff as a whole. And so I think it would be beneficial if Washoe County Library System maybe kind of gleaned some of those ideas off what they did. They just started a movement. We all put these stickers on our phones that say books smell good, you know, to kind of deter people from their phones, right? We're talking about books and we're getting back to libraries, and maybe Washoe County Library could use some of that information. They had a great continuity and fluidity to their library system where we could kind of use some of that information and bring all of our 12 libraries together under one continuity of a system. They have badges and buttons and stickers that would really bring the library together and kind of unite all 12 branches under one umbrella. Talk about, you know, great positivity for the libraries. I won't go on about how great all the libraries are that I've been visiting. I've been touring them, trying to visit everybody. So that's been real exciting. But for future agenda items, there's several future agenda items I wanted to address. And unfortunately, some of these items are not making it onto the agenda per our bylaws, where it says anybody can request something to be put on the agenda. A trustee or individual. So we've had several requests for items to be agendized, and they're just not being on there. So I'd like to see agendized some very important points, specifically a suspension on a patron for damaging books. This was asked to be agendized per bylaws, and I believe it should be agendized for specifically these emails that we received from the board, to the board from these patrons. So specifically that would be Patron Foster's request to be on the agenda to discuss his suspension and the policy, and maybe some clarification, because if it's not clear to this patron, then we could help clarify some of those policies and procedures so that there's no more confusion on that issue. The other issue I think we need to address is on the agenda, you know, making some new policies. This board should possibly look at making some new policies. You know, as a whole, as the library. So for future agenda items, there was also a request to clarify the policy by Citizen Parks, who has emailed the board repeatedly about the policy, the meeting room event proposal policy that they've been emailing the board about. If we could get clarification and put this on the agenda to possibly clarify the policy on our presentation so that the citizens and the patrons have it straight. And what we can do to follow up on these requests for our agenda as a board. I'd also like to see on the agenda, maybe we can discuss, according to the March 7 meeting that we had, I'm confused, and I know a lot of people are, on what it means for Washoe County Libraries to be part of a Corn Ferry study or Corn Ferry program as employers. And that was mentioned by the director at our March meeting. And I'd like some clarification on what that means to be a Corn Ferry classified employer, and how so the board can understand that a little better. No one seems to know what that means. I'd also like to see agendize some web issues that we have, and possibly an audit on some of the web issues that we've been getting emails on. And that's all on that. I think we've asked for the agenda several times for Trustee Moser's, excuse me if I step on your topic on this, the bus route schedule that Trustee Moser made and displayed at the last meeting was absolutely unbelievable work. I'd like to see this agendized so that we can discuss this more, get some connection with the buses and the libraries. Great program, and I think that needs to be discussed further on our agenda. I'd also like to see on the agenda maybe a few requests of the library, possibly some audits on the kiosk usage, which you guys said was coming. The book a librarian feature that we offer, an audit on how much is being used. I didn't see any statistics on the book a librarian, and some of those other meeting requests were already answered. That was all I had on that. And then just specifically, I'd like to say that I feel like our library collection is diverse and inclusive. I know we reviewed the collection development policy today, and although it was not approved, I feel like our libraries are doing a great job of being diverse and inclusive in its collection for all people in the library system. And it depends on who you are and where you live in your county, which ward, which district you live in, will depend on the services and the collection that your leaders and county leaders will provide you in your public library. So the neutrality that we seek with our library and our library public relationship, although the press keeps making it political, I want to be able to understand and express to the public the neutrality that we seek as a library should be at the forefront, and it should not be political. But I think it stands that this board is appointed, and I think what is important is that this board should decide what legacy it wants to leave and the actions that we take and what that says about us now as this board. I spoke with several moms in the community, especially homeschool moms, and there's a real deficit in the homeschool community. We've had several requests from homeschoolers that they need outreach in our libraries, and I have people of the public and their names and all sorts of information that they're willing to share on and how they can help and what the homeschool community needs from the libraries. There's a big deficit in that. I think some of the continuity that I spoke about that possibly Washoe County Library could support would be things like the partnerships that we do have with different other communities. It seems like different libraries have different partnerships. And I feel like if we're going to partner with a certain entity or group, that it should be inclusive of all 12 libraries, maybe 10 because of the ones with the school and such. But the partnerships that we keep hearing about, I'd like to know, how we discover those partnerships and why each library has a different partnership with different folks in the community. I've said it before, and I think the main problem when I say I'd like to get back to talking about libraries is people are confused because they say that's all we're talking about is libraries. But when I say I want to get back to libraries, what I mean is, and I don't want to be misquoted because we've had several press and individuals around the community interviewing people, interviewing staff, interviewing board members. I'm not sure who, but the work that we're talking about and the stuff that this library board is doing and the public comment is all important. And I feel like if we need to get back to libraries, we need to be addressing the public that's addressing us. We need to answer their concerns and we need to talk about it on this agenda as a board. And we need to see how we want to lead this board. But I think sorry. In any case, I feel like the discussions we have as a board and the long hours that we're putting in as trustees, as volunteers, is what we're doing. I think it's important to look at what the public is saying, who's saying it, and how we can address it. So I really appreciate the board's time, and I would consider this discussion with my board members at their pleasure, and that's all I have. So thank you.
Chairperson, Vice Chair Jacks, could you put that in writing? Because there was a lot of requests in there and some of them were not clear to me.
Yes, I will. I'm ready.
Thank you, Trustee Jacks. I have a few items. The first one is I just wanted to recognize Maria Rodriguez, who's here. She's a local published fantasy writer, and I just wanted to highlight her. I saw her here today, and again, as a library, we should always be supporting our local writers and whatever we can do for you. The second thing that I had is Trustee Moser and Director Scott. I'm certain that you're inquiring about the library fundraiser. Library fund run fundraiser. I don't know if this is something that we maybe combine with the friends of the library and then maybe do it some sort of fundraiser or something like that. I'd love to have it downtown. I think that'd be incredible. And so I just wanted to put that out there. The second thing, again, apologies, losing train of thought a little bit, but I'm always, as long as the chair serves at the pleasure of the board always, and it's very important to me that the way that we run these meetings are always with respect for one another. Again, I've been to similar meetings it's getting close to over a year now, and that's an important thing, that we have to respect each other regardless of difference of opinion. We have to have tolerance for each other, no matter the difference. And I just want to put that out there because the legacy that I want to leave for the library system is a library that's inclusive of all the people that live in this county, all the good, hardworking people that live in this county. And so again, I just want to put that out there. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there with us tonight. I was hoping to get another report, but we're ready to call it. So again, board members, and members of the public and staff, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Trustee Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair Perez. First of all, I'd like to thank Jonathan and staff here at North Valleys for hosting us. It's always, you know, a lot of work that goes into this, so it's recognized, so thank you. And obviously to the presenters tonight on all the items, thank you. Great stuff that's always going on in the libraries in Washoe County. A couple of quick announcements. I too attended the NLA conference, first time ever to a library conference, and got to meet a few new people and sit in on some sessions, and it was enlightening. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that, Director Scott. I would like this board, maybe moving forward, the quarterly reports that you had Director Scott, both through financial and the statistical. Maybe there's some time before the next one hits that we can all kind of noodle about that in terms of what we'd like to see and provide feedback to the director in terms of content and layout. I think we can, not that I'm trying to expedite that, but I think we could probably consolidate those and go through those, not necessarily quickly, but more efficiently, I guess is what I'm driving at for future ones. And then I would just reiterate my standing item request for the expansion fund. I'm going to call it the expansion fund. We're not calling it tax, as a standing item for future agendas. On the policies, as mentioned by Vice Chair Jacks, I would like to just see a list of all existing policies. Not necessarily that has to be brought back to the board, but if the board is interested to the point of developing more policies, I'd like to see what we have first before we endeavor in any new policies. And then I would ask, not necessarily for an answer tonight, but thank you for providing the report on the audit that was recently approved. Would that be something that would be seen by this board as a whole to endorse, or is that standard practice?
It's something that's separate, but I could put it in the packet if you want to discuss it. There's only two findings with the collection development with invoices, and then with the event planning, getting more staff, so there's more centralized staffing, which, we'll make sure the stamps are correct, but sometimes it's an EDI thing and it's very complicated, but we can always put it in a future board packet for you to review, because they'll do another review of that after a year. So like any kind of audit, either financial audit or performance audit, they'll still do a follow-up. So we'll still probably have them come around again. So we can always put that for the board so you can see what it looks like in a discussion.
Okay. And I know we have another one coming out sometime in this fiscal year, the cash control audit that's ongoing. So
yeah, usually that's over the summer.
Okay.
So we did that. I think there was only one issue with the cash control with the $20 that was miscounted, and they're going to do another review on that probably soon. And that usually happens every summer. They'll do the general county fund, and then they'll do the expansion fund review.
Okay. And again, I'm not necessarily requesting that the board see it unless the board has interest in that, but I think it's just something to throw out there that we could look at some point. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
No, thank you, Trustee Rogers. Anybody else? Are we good for the night? Thank you, everyone. Yeah, have a good evening.